Okay, good evening, everybody. So I just wanted to do a little stream about some stuff that I've been seeing on Kotaku and also Gamefaqs. Um, wasn't really enough material to do complete videos on each one, so I figured I'd just do a little stream and kind of lump everything together and get it all in one go. So, as you can see, we're going to start off with the quality writing of one Patricia Hernandez, everybody's favorite, well, one of the favorite writers of Kotaku. And I use the term writer very loosely, as you're about to see just how easy it is to be considered a writer on Kotaku or blogger. I guess it depends on the day, journalist, blogger. They're interchangeable, apparently, depending on how much respect you want, because if you want to take advantage of all the perks of being a journalist, well, yeah, today we'll be a journalist. But if you decide that you don't want to take responsibility for what you wrote and you don't want to have to live up to the ethical standards of being a journalist, well, you could just say, this isn't, this is my job, but it's not really that serious of a thing. I am just a blogger. Doing a little bit of a hopefully the screen share is working. I've never really done the screen share before. Oh, I totally forgot to title the event too. So we'll just call it Kotaku. Uh, Kotaku. Or I don't know. I have no idea what to call it actually. I'm wasting time. Let's forget about that. Let's get into. I'll name the stream later, but right now let's get into what I wanted to talk about with this so-called article. Okay, look, this is now you got a video here. I love it when they try to make an article or a post, if you will, out of somebody else's video content. So it's just a horse, and I'll play it for you. Oh, yep. Yep, there you go. Okay, that's all you need to see. It's a horse taking a shit. That's just, which says a lot about the website that it's posted on, if you ask me. But here, this is all it says. Hideo Kojima is a genius. Also, that farting sound is disgusting and hilarious. Video games. I don't understand how this is paid writing. How does she have a job? How is this even remotely close to a job? Because I have written more quality pieces on a napkin. I have written better composed grocery lists. And I just can't understand how this is considered work. Just go and grab any video. Apparently, all you got to do is throw up a blog, go grab any old video game video, and just be like, "Oh, this person is a genius. Farts are hilarious. Haha, video games." And that's it. You've got to post. I mean, there's just no effort, no nothing. It's a complete and total fucking joke. And we're supposed to take video game journalism seriously, and we're supposed to expect these people to live up to some sort of ethical standard, but they have no standards. This is scraping the fucking bottom of the barrel. It doesn't get any lower than this. There's so much more you could talk about with Metal Gear Solid 5, and all she's doing is commenting on a horse taking a shit. That's it. I mean, yeah, okay, it's probably humorous when you look at it the whole scope of the game. It's a little bit ridiculous and funny that they went to the trouble of creating that much level of detail where the horse actually has to defecate. But come on, I mean, this is all people expect. This is the website and that gets so much respect. Why do they have an audience? I don't understand. I want to see if in the comments here somebody has something to say. Like, how much do you get paid to write a shitty article on a 30-second video that is multiple days late? Ah. Oh, I was already off work. It's Friday night. I decided to stay late to post a quick thing that I thought people might enjoy. Wow. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your almost weekend to provide us with this masterful post of genius. I mean, if anything, if nothing else, this post is representative of the quality of your work, and that is a pile of horse shit, if that wasn't clear enough. The other thing that I noticed that I wanted to take a look at here was this article here, which actually does have a tad bit more writing to it than Patricia's. Let's give credit where credit's due. Why most video game aggression studies are nonsense. Here's the thing. These guys, we're about to go through an article that's going to tell you, well, just because some studies show that it's possible that video games cause aggression doesn't mean they really do. And that's kind of nonsense to say that video games cause real life violence or real life aggression. And I agree. I think it's a load of bullshit because people have been violent for as far as humanity has had history, probably prior to that. So to say that all of a sudden, video games are making it worse and we wouldn't have so much violence in our society if it wasn't for video games and crazy extremist viewpoints like that, it's just a load of garbage. I mean, what video games were the Nazis playing then? It doesn't make sense. So to the point about what bothers me about their viewpoint here, excuse me, is their lack of consistency. So they push the narrative of, oh, video games are sexist and they're misogynistic against women and all this shit. But how are you going to tell me that? And you're going to be like, oh, there's studies to prove it that, females are objectified and blah, blah, blah. But yet you're going to tell us that the studies about video game aggression is nonsense. Why, if video games don't cause real life violence, why would they cause real life sexism? I mean, do they not see the connection here? Do they not see how this is kind of hypocritical? I'm really not getting it. She's probably still has her job because she's very well known for her low intelligence. Yeah, well, I guess she does bring in the clicks, so there is that at least, right? Ironically, she got a promotion not too long ago, and when I commented about that on Twitter, she was in the @ replies, and she blocked me because I said something about I made a joke about how she wrote the article about video game dicks or something like that. I don't even remember. Let me just finish. Enabling the stream here. Okay. So yeah, I just find it stupid and very inconsistent that they're going to try to attack the narrative of video games causing aggression, yet seem to be completely in support of video games causing real life violence, or I'm sorry, real life sexism. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. Let's see. And I noticed that whenever they do post something, it's almost always full of links to where it originated. Like, okay, the gaming website Polygon reported on a study, so let's jump in on that and report on it too. It's like there's not an original thought between them. And I mean, when did they? Let's see when Polygon posted this. I'm just curious. Okay, they did it August 13th, and Schreier did one the next day. So to tell that there's no, I don't know, like there's no connect or no collusion, and I'm not saying that this is an instance of something unethical, but it's the next day that this website is commenting on something that Polygon already did. So there's obviously a sense of community at the very least. Don't really want to get into a very detailed analysis of this right now, just because I'm kind of doing this for shits and giggles. But like I said, it's annoying that they want to push the females being objectified in video games and all that nonsense, yet somehow the video games don't cause violence. And I agree they don't, but I also don't believe for a moment they cause sexism. Whatever happened to people being able to differentiate between fiction and reality? And now there's suddenly this whole narrative where everybody needs to be equally represented, or else society is just this regressive, racist, sexist piece of shit that has no clue what they're doing. And apparently all media is written and developed by white men who just want to see themselves represented. And I just don't buy it for a minute, because not only is that intellectually dishonest in the scope of the Western world, but we are completely ignoring the fact that I don't even have it's not like I have a stat in front of me, but at least half of the video games developed come from Japan. So do they just hire white men in Japan too? Because where are all the Japanese developers? Do they not count? It's mind-boggling how they can do this, and especially in a social justice mindset. If we're going to use their own logic against them, they are always bitching. Don't erase people's experiences. Don't erase people's identities. Well, what the fuck do you think you're doing when you're completely ignoring the other half of the industry? You're ignoring their existence. You're ignoring the fact that there have been various. I'm losing my train of thought. That's what I get for doing an impromptu stream. But you get my point here. There's been plenty of Japanese female developers. There have been plenty of American female developers. But they suddenly don't exist because they haven't claimed oppression and sexism. So their existence doesn't count. And the games they've made don't count. And the female characters that exist, they just don't count because they weren't created in 2015. So it's not progressive enough. And it's mind-blowing, because ever since I was a kid, I probably started playing video games, I want to say like 4 or 5 years old. So ever since then, first of all, I don't go around looking to see myself represented in anything, because I just enjoy fiction as such. It's an escape from reality for me. It's not like looking into a mirror. If I wanted to see myself, I'd go look in a mirror. If I wanted to do something, I'd get my ass up off the couch and go do it. If I want to play a video game, I want to play as some hero or heroine that's going to do amazing things that I won't be able to accomplish because that's not reality. But ever since I played video games since I was a kid, I never really noticed, and this is obviously anecdotal, so maybe I can't use it as proof of, everybody's experience. But in my experience, it was always nice when we wanted, we wanted girls to play games with us. We didn't, and not the mind games. I'm talking about video games. That used to be a saying we used to have: video games, not mind games. It's lame, yes, but that's fucking nerds. I mean, what are you gonna do? So what I'm trying to say is, various games from the 80s and the 90s had female characters that would be considered strong. Maybe not necessarily always in a lead position, but they exist. And to ignore them is to ignore the work of very talented people that told great stories, created great games, and these games are timeless. You can argue social justice nonsense all you want and say, well, they're not with the times, they're outdated because they have this, this, and this, or they don't have this, this, and this, but it's bullshit. Fiction, if it's quality, and if the gameplay is great, it's going to be a timeless product that you can enjoy when it was created or 50 years later. It doesn't matter. You know, what matters is the quality of the product and not some stupid, ridiculous quota that says you have to have these types of characters or your game is not worth shit, or your game is racist, or your game is sexist. It's mind-blowing how people that claim to have fought so hard for freedom are now fighting for censorship, in a sense, because they're trying to dictate somebody else's imagination. They're trying to dictate somebody else's fictional works, possibly even their dream. I mean, these people could have had this story in their mind since for who knows how long, and you're trying to control it. Anthropomorphic animals in space. Yeah, so it's just, it really bothers me the way we kind of just pretend when it's convenient, oh, these things don't exist. There was a comment here. Okay, this comment from Schreier. We've been very careful over the past few years to regard all of these studies with skepticism. Really. You'd be hard-pressed to find a recent Kotaku article that just echoes any, either good or bad, without any additional investigation or context. I really have to wonder what Kotaku considers investigation, because time and time again, we have seen that they don't do their research, or if they do their research, they simply ignore the facts and go straight for the narrative pushing. So to say that they have challenged these things with skepticism is a bald-faced lie, especially since this is Jason Objectivity is Stupid Schreier. I mean, does he not see the hypocrisy here? If you want to see yourself in games, then play games with character creators, for example. That's actually exactly what I say. I think that's a really good point. There's no reason to think that somebody else's creation with, let's say there's no character creator and you're playing Final Fantasy or something. There's no reason to ever think that a character in that game is going to mirror you or represent you. You can relate to character struggles. You can relate to emotions. And I think that those things transcend race and gender and all that crap, because they're human emotions and human experiences that we can all connect to. You can argue that if, say, there were cultural similarities, that maybe one person's experience can connect more than somebody else's, but I think that at the end of the day, it's fiction, and you've got to realize that this developer is creating a game with their vision in mind that has nothing to do with you. If you happen to enjoy it, that's great. If not, move on, find something you want to play. Don't play games with preset. Yeah, that's my advice, but apparently that advice is oppressive and regressive, and just, you know, I've been told before multiple times, and I don't even know how they can make this claim, oh, you don't want representation because all the video game characters already represent you. And it's like, okay, all you know about me is a screen name on the internet and my opinion, and you're going to make the leap, the mental gymnastics to come to the conclusion that every video game character represents me. Really? Yes, a stream within a stream. I'm actually trying to defy the laws of physics and cross back over into a parallel universe where the Bernstein Bears were spelled with an E. The other, so that's basically what I wanted to bitch about when it comes to this Kotaku crap. But the other thing that I happened to see was how Snoopy killed the Peanuts. And this is actually, I want to say it's a pretty long article, but I think they did that thing that they do on this website where they put a couple of paragraphs and then stuff images between it to make it look like the article's super long, when in actuality it's just the images extending the length of the article. But basically what it was saying is that, I mean, I don't know if anybody else is a fan of the Peanuts, but I used to read them as a kid. I still have a bunch of the comic book compilations and whatnot. And it's just something that, it was always good for a laugh here or a smile there. And I also thought that the way that Charlie Brown was portrayed was kind of representative of any, if you want representation, let's get into that, of any kid that's ever felt alone or depressed or like he had no friends. And it was, it's just a good story. So, and they threw in a lot of humor that most of us can relate to. So that being said, basically, I'm not going to read this whole article because it's dragged out. They're trying to say that the Peanuts, as time went on, became shittier and shittier, and the reason for that is Snoopy, because they just portrayed him doing all this nonsense rather than always touching upon the dark stuff. Like, for example, I believe this is the first strip, and like, oh, I hate Charlie Brown. So that's not little kiddie humor. That's a little bit borderline cruelty about how they hate the damn kid. But it's still funny. I mean, the animation is cutesy. It's not something you expect a little kid to spout out of his mouth, so you get a laugh out of it. But they were saying as time went on, it became more vanilla, I guess you would argue. I'm kind of checking the chat in between my ranting. So back to the point I was trying to make, which he's bitching about a comic strip that lasted 50 years, written and illustrated by one man. I mean, do you mean to tell me that over that time you expect the guy to have a perfect track record? Every strip is going to be a hit. The flame is always going to be there. They're like, well, he should have called it quits because he should have knew when to stop. He should have knew when the magic went away. And I want to call bullshit on part of this, because he's saying in the article, well, from the 50s to the 70s, that was the heyday of the Peanuts, and after that, it wasn't any good. And that's a load of crap. There was plenty of comics in the 80s and the 90s that still touched upon larger issues that you could say adults would relate to more than kids. Down here in the comments somewhere, there was somebody that pointed one out, and I kind of wanted to share that. Okay. As for being aggressively safe, which is what he called it, he said that the Peanuts became aggressively safe as time went on. So he says, you mean the run where Peppermint Patty and her friend Marcy get shipped off to a church camp, where Patty freaks over being told about the end of days, only to realize upon seeing a poster wanting donations for a new church building that she wasn't born yesterday. So that, and this is coming from, I want to say Schultz was a Christian, so he was a religious guy. And yeah, he touched upon all kinds of things. and put a touch of humor on what could otherwise be interpreted as very dark stuff. So this is all about the Peanuts movie. So this article is probably written to generate traffic so that people would, come in and click the damn link just like I did. But little do they know I have ghostery, so fuck you. Yeah, the movie's gonna make a lot of money, but they need to touch upon the roots of the series, which that much I will agree with. But I don't agree that I just don't agree that it kind of fell off. I mean, even if it did, can you blame the man for spending his life doing something he loved and being able to do it for 50 years almost up until he passed away? So if I'm going to be honest, I mean, if I had that opportunity, I'm not going to quit just because some bastards, I've got a couple of detractors that are like, well, you should have quit while you're ahead. I mean, anybody would love to have the opportunity to work on their dream, their pride and joy for as long as they possibly could. So I can't fault the guy for that. And I think that by keeping the strip going, I mean, it's not like everybody had access to the older stuff. So keeping it going, it really brought each new generation of people the opportunity to meet these characters and connect with these characters. But I kind of got a little bit off. Let's see. Schultz apparently went back and forth on beliefs based on those who wanted him to not be religious. I just feel like I remember reading a little bit about him in a biography, and I'm pretty sure that something along those lines was included. I want to say Christian, but I'm not 100%. I mean, it's nothing I'm going to fault him for, but hashtag atheism and all that. So I got a little bit off on a tangent there about the Peanuts, but originally what I had hoped the video game aggression and the progressive nonsense was going to lead us into was this beautiful Gamefaqs topic. Oh, the topic you selected is no longer available for viewing. Oh shit, they took it away. I guess that didn't last long. Well, I'm kind of glad they deleted it, but it was basically along the lines of, I believe the title was "It's 2015, so we need it's time for an LGBT LMNOP QRS whatever champion." And I don't know anything about League of Legends, so I'm not sure if they actually do detailed character histories where they get into like character relationships and sexuality and stuff. But why does progress always mean adding shit that just doesn't really matter? Or, well, I want to say adding shit that doesn't matter and taking away things that are already established. Why do we have to edit things just for the comfort of, I don't know, I don't even know who at this point. I mean, who's really asking for this? Are the people that actually play the games asking for this? Is it just a small minority that's extremely vocal? It's hard to say because I don't see a lot of valid complaints about this. I just see a bunch of shit that says things like, well, it's 2015, so this has to happen. Well, I mean, I've seen as far back as 2012 people saying, well, it's 2012. This shouldn't be an issue anymore. But the thing is, it's not an issue. You're creating an issue by making a big deal out of it. If the game has absolutely nothing to do with character sexuality, or even if it did, I mean, what difference does it make that it doesn't reflect every single thing in the real world? Because I'm pretty sure that the content of the game itself, with magic and warriors and swords and all that shit, does not reflect the real world. Unless we're going to start to believe in magic, which I thought that was just something that the so-called creationists only did. But I'm getting I'm actually I'm getting out of breath bitching at this about this stuff. This is just insane. So yeah, they took away my topic that I was going to talk about, so that kind of sucks. But there was some gold in there because one of the posts, from what I remember, just going from memory, so it may not be word for word, was something about it's stupid to keep inserting this agenda where suddenly we need to put all these things into these video games to make them worthwhile or valid or progressive or with the times when they're fine as they are. And, you know, if that's something the developers want to do, fine. But if they don't, it's not really necessary. And one of the answers to that was, so you're against equality. And it's like, well, how is that being against equality? Where's the equality for the person that created a game, but they somehow have to edit their own content because somebody else is whining? Is that equal for that person? I mean, who gets to decide? It's just not fair, as far as I'm concerned. And let's see, the other post said something along the lines of video games, they have to represent something about having to represent the world or the people that play them or some shit like that. And I just don't remember ever thinking this way. I always remember enjoying my fiction as make-believe. It's like when I used to go outside as a kid and play with sticks and use them for swords and pretend I was, you know, fighting ninjas or dragons or whatever. But that's probably problematic because I go outside and I don't see kids playing on the street anymore. I don't see them riding bikes. I don't see them, you know, throwing the ball around or playing make-believe. What I see is entitled brats on iPads and iPhones and playing apps instead of, you know, enjoying being a kid. And I'm not going to say that I never played video games when I was a kid, because I probably spent hours a day playing video games. But we also spent a lot of time outside playing and imagining and creating our own adventures. And I just feel like being a kid today, it must suck in a sense, because it's like the imagination is gone, the magic is gone, and now we're getting to the point where we're trying to take kids. People are saying, oh, well, if your child is saying they don't feel like they're the gender they were born as, you should take them seriously, when they're like 5 years old and they have no idea what gender even is. And it's insane and it's dangerous. My sister, my oldest sister, who is a couple years younger than me, I have 3 sisters, and she, when she was about 2 years old, she said something silly. I used to be a boy and then I turned into a girl, or some nonsense like that. Did we take her seriously? Did we start pumping her full of hormones to, you know, change her back to what she thought she originally was? No, she grew out of it. She grew up. She got married. She had a kid. She's perfectly fine. She doesn't think that she is trapped in a woman's body and needs to be a man. I mean, I'm not going to go as far to say that it's all nonsense and, you know, right off of an entire group of people, but I'm just saying that there needs to be some kind of sanity in all of this, and we can't just start taking everything as truth without any need for you know, evidence or common sense. I think we're all just lacking in common sense today, and it kind of drives me nuts. And that's why I have a YouTube channel. Kind of went off a little bit on a tangent there, but that's to be expected because I don't actually have any other topics planned. But it's just mind-blowing. I mean, I used to read books and watch movies and play video games, and I never once thought, oh, that person on the screen represents me, or this person on the screen is not like me and they need to be. I just don't understand where it's coming from all of a sudden. I mean, you don't have people overseas in Kenya or in Japan saying, well, we need more white people on our TV screen because we're not representing everybody. It's silly. Let people create the things that they want to create, and if they don't want to create them, I mean, I want to be a young girl. Well, now your image made it on the stream. If they don't want to create them, you can't make them. And for all of the complaining that we're doing about all this nonsense, none of the people that want to see this so-called representation are stepping up to make things themselves that they would want to see. You would think that if this crowd of people that was just so tired of the same characters and not enough women in games and not enough fat women and not enough fat men, well, nobody's lobbying for the men, let's be honest. You would think that there would be enough talented individuals in this group to step forward and say, okay, well, nobody's listening to us, so we're going to make the content that we want to see, and then we're going to show all you assholes that this is what people actually want. But nobody's doing that. And the few times that we have seen something like that, Sunset, the developer, Tale of Tales, that with that Sunset game, the strong independent black woman that wants to clean rich men's houses because that's so progressive. It's mind-blowing. They flip out when it fails, and they want to blame everybody else. Capitalism is evil. People are evil. We're all a bunch of shitheads because you didn't buy our product. Well, maybe if you put some actual fucking gameplay into the product, we would buy it. More movie Bob in my games. That could be... Straight Outta Bonbons could be the name of his video game. He would have to go to the store late at night. Well, he would need to find like a 7-Eleven or something. I guess that's open, something that's open 24 hours, and the quest could be him trying to make his way through the night and get to the candy aisle. I think that we're onto something there. If people aren't buying that, well, I don't know what we're doing wrong. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of missing some of the comments because I'm just going full on rant. But yes, this is so far this is a solo show. I think I'm gonna bring somebody in. I don't know if anybody wants to join, but they are free to. Okay, well, here we go. Here's one from the stream. I'm a woman and I've been playing games for years since I was a little kid. I never thought about having my gender represented once up until this recent phenomena. All I want is good games. And as do I. I will happily play as a female character as long as that's something that, as long as that's the developer's vision, as long as the character's well written. I'll play as anything. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is the story good? Is the gameplay good? I've never once thought, well, oh, this game starring a black character, I'm not playing. I mean, that's fucking stupid. And I'm not going to say there's nobody out there like that, because there probably is. And if you go by the social justice logic, there definitely is, because they're like, I'm not playing any more games with white men as main characters. So they're the ones being discriminatory. It's actually pathetic. I mean, I just thought that fiction was supposed to be representative of the creator's imagination and not society. Yes, you can include social commentaries in your stories, but just because it doesn't reflect the real world exactly doesn't mean that it's somehow some form of ist. Because they love to throw the words at you that end in ist. Well, that's racist, that's sexist, but it doesn't stop. Because you get the people that the developers that are willing to listen and willing to add this, and then they find something else to harp on. So you give, and they want to take a mile. It's just, I feel like the only way to really stop the crap is just for people to flat out say, no, I'm going to develop what I want to. I'm going to tell the story I want to tell, write the characters I want to write. And if you don't like it, don't buy it. I mean, in a sense, I think some companies are afraid to do that because they, it's a business. They want to maintain good customer relations, but they're going to learn if they keep pandering that it's not going to work out in their favor, because these people that complain the most are never happy. They go through life with a list and they carry it around in their back fucking pocket, and whenever they see something, they whip out that little list and they go down it and they're like, well, does this include this? No. Does it include this? No. Does it include this? Oh no, well, this must be racist. And then they start their little hashtag campaigns, they start their little social media outrage, and it never fucking ends. And it's wrong. We are also obsessed, as much as I love the internet, we are also obsessed with knee-jerk reactions. We're always looking for the next bandwagon to jump on about who to be pissed off at next, who to take the moral high ground against and say, we're better than you because we think this and you don't, and so therefore you are a piece of shit. And that's just not how reality works, because there's so many things that get ignored. The context doesn't matter anymore. They flat out said context doesn't matter. How do you do that? The context is all that matters, because it creates the scenario of the situation that you are speaking on. If you don't know the context, you don't really have a place to speak on this. Of course, they would tell you, well, you're not of this race or of this gender, so you have no room to speak. And no. I mean, are they really trying to tell us that developers that happen to be white men can only write white men? So what are you saying? I mean, that to me would create some boring ass fucking games or boring stories and books and movies if you can only write characters that you have personal experience on. Like, what? So we're all going to stick to our own? Is that equality? I don't think it is. I thought that was like segregation. I mean, what are we trying to do here? Separate everybody into their own little corners and say, well, since you aren't this, or you don't do this, you can't speak on this, or you can't write this. And it's fantasy. It's time to get a reality check and realize that not everything in fantasy is reflective of reality, and vice versa. That's just not how things work. But let me see. I'm going to turn off the screen share. Stop screen sharing. Okay. And let's see if anybody is up for a little hangout. If not, I may call it here, but let me see who I can get. All right. So I know I've got one. Got to find the right person. Should have worked out my invites prior, but I wasn't planning the rant portion to continue this long, I guess, but I got out all my aggressions. Let's see your circles. Well, I'll invite whoever wants to come in, I guess. We'll see what happens. Not sure how much longer we're going to go, though. I mean, if anybody has any questions or anything in the chat, I'll try to field those. I'm sure it's not like we have an insane amount of people in, but maybe something. All right, come on down. I guess I ruined it. That was a good intro.
Yeah, if I had it my way, I would have knocked a couple of people over. That was always my plan. If I ever got on Price is Right, I would knock a couple of people down, jump over them. I'd make it an event, you know. And even if I lost, I would still win. I wouldn't do the whole Tumblr I'm oppressed excuse though. I would just tell them that their opinion is wrong and it's now the price that I've decided it is.
The price is wrong.
What's SPJ AirPlay? I thought that was just some dumb Apple thing. So that's
I forgot what it stands for. Something journalists, society, something journalists. It has to do with they went there. They had a couple of people that went there to talk about the ethical issues within gaming journalism, and if the Gamergate thing was like a valid concern. And I mean, let's throw all the bullshit aside of like Five Guys and all the so-called harassment and whatnot. From the ethics standpoint, the answer is yes. But I could do without a lot of the like the 4chan stuff.
Oh, should we share that image I never looked at?
Yeah, might as well. Let's see what they got.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to be identical to what you already said. So,
all right, let me see. All right, well, let me get to the screen share again. Wait, stop present. Oh, did I already do it? Well, apparently I have to learn how the Google thing works. I'm still not used to Hangouts at all. Present to everyone. There we go. Oh, there you have it. White people.
Those guys could have been Jewish, and there was a black person, so it pretty much was exactly what you said.
What is the context of this? Like, did he just randomly send you a link and there's no?
Yeah, that's it. which is ironic considering what I was talking about yesterday.
Yeah. Because now it's not important to have any context, but before you got to go through this whole. All right, wow. Well, that's white people in a nutshell. This actually, I don't know why this is something that is on a Chan board, because this looks more like something that Tumblr would do. Although I guess if you think about it, they're not too far off from each other. It's kind of like that the horseshoe thing.
Yeah, it's well, that cat person has a hood, so
Yes, that could be interpreted in many ways. I don't know. Is this like Frozen or something? I've never.
No, it's not Frozen, because Frozen's like blue or something.
That's how you know, like, we're the old people. Start just naming off random new Disney movies and stuff.
Like whatever those kids are watching these days.
Must be that newfangled Frozen.
No, I don't have a Frozen dress, but I have a child that has a Frozen dress because she got to meet the characters from the movie.
Okay, that must have been an interesting experience.
Yeah.
But did you have to take them aside afterwards and be like, well, now why was that encounter problematic?
Did they say it was problematic?
No, I said, did you have to take them aside afterwards and ask why it was problematic?
I would have, but one of them fell asleep, so he didn't even care. And then all my daughter wanted to do was wear the dress, and she didn't care anything about the experience except that she got a dress and a wand that promptly broke two or 3 weeks later, and now is sitting in my closet.
Clearly, work of the patriarchy, because, well, you know, wands and dresses are strictly for girls.
Yeah, I should have been triggered or offended, but I was too busy dealing with the fact that it's like 8,000% humidity in Florida. And you're surrounded by water, even though you're not near either of the coasts. But there's lakes everywhere, and I was dealing with the fact that I hate Florida. But we've already heard enough ranting today, so I don't think anybody wants to hear my rants on Florida.
That might make for an interesting video, though.
And the sad thing is that runs really deep. That's like a 27-year thing for me.
Oh, that's a long time.
And no, I'm not 27 for those trying to guess.
Yeah, stop doxing. Jeez, what do you think this is? A hashtag campaign?
Well, you know, your Twitter feed, you know, it's only a matter of time until 4chan starts rating you. So I guess it's too late for us to have a blog talk radio show where we say that we're a melting pot of friendship and say that we have lots of friends who are black and Hispandex, and then other friends who are all sorts of racial slurs, and play games called Guess the Minority.
What was that? Come to Canada. You've been to Canada, right?
Yes, I have been to Canada.
Okay. I've actually never been to Canada, but I do have a passport now, so I will consider like a road trip someday or something.
I've not been to British Columbia though, or Alberta, although when I went to Canada, somebody with the exact same name was in one of those provinces, and so that made it very fun at the border patrol, because they kept they kept trying to make it sound like they were doing something, even though our dates of birth
were totally different.
Yeah, dates of birth, place of birth, social security numbers are completely different. But who has time to look at facts when they can give you a hard time and then decide to go look up your information and say, oh, you're different people?
That actually reminds me of an interview I saw earlier. It was an interview with Don Johnson, and he was talking about how he was hanging out with P. Diddy for some reason. I mean, that seems like an unlikely couple to me, but why not? And some guy had come up to him and said, "Oh my!" It was a black guy, and he's like, "Oh, my name is Don Johnson too." And he thought the guy was just like messing with him. He's like, "Oh, that's great." And then the guy's like, "No, really?" And he took out his ID and he showed him, and sure enough, his name was Don Johnson. And he was like, "Well, oh, so how's that work out for you?" And he's like, "Well, I get dinner reservations, I get free tickets, I get this, I get that." You know, he gets like the special treatment because they hear the name, they think it's the movie star. And he's like, "Well, how does that work when you show up?" And he's like, "Oh, I always just tell them that I look very, very different on TV."
and it works out just fine,
I guess. Which just goes to show you that people will believe anything when it comes to celebrities.
Like, oh, they just paint my face.
Yeah, he goes whiteface so they'll actually allow him on TV, because as we all know, they don't allow minorities on TV in America due to oppression and whatnot, I guess.
Yes, and all of the above. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been to Ontario, because I don't live in New York anymore, and so. But I was pretty much at or I was in Quebec, and various Canadians have their choice of words for all that. I just uploaded a picture just to have something that looks different for the screen sharing. But yeah, I've talked to several different Canadians, and when you start talking about Montreal and places like that, then they seem to have some rather contentious feelings.
I had to apparently request access to that.
That's interesting because it's not asking me to grant access, but let's see if I can get an email or something.
Yeah, I think that's probably how it works.
Good thing it's an innocuous picture, so I don't feel too bad about having it on Google.
I turned off the screen share temporarily.
All right, it should be
All
be
right.
good now.
Is this New York?
Yep.
Yeah. Did you notice that they have those tech stops like everywhere?
Yep, it's all over. This is 84, so it's always all over 84, and I think it was on that other one 684. Yeah, because if it's 684, then it runs into 84. But that I found it all over that place.
Yeah, we even have them up here, upstate, and it's like I remember when they were just considered rest areas, and a lot of the rest areas actually don't have bathrooms anymore.
I was
Like
about to say it. Well, I remember growing up, rest areas were places where you could rest and go in actual bathrooms, not whatever. I mean, these are just gravel, basically. That's all it is.
yeah, and even some of the ones that still have buildings are just gated off and closed down, and it has something to do with saving money for the state, even though the price of like the George Washington Bridge is like $14 for a toll.
You know, I didn't know how much the I don't know how much Throg's Neck is, but Whitestone Bridge is 875.
Frog's Neck is 8, but when I took my moving truck over it, I paid 16.
Yeah, because you had a moving truck. That must have been lovely.
Yeah, I didn't know about that at the time, so I was like, "Oh shit, do I even have enough money to get back?" Because I had a limited amount of cash.
Yeah, there. I don't think there is a way to get around because all the bridges you have to pay a toll. I don't think there might be one that you don't, but you have to go to Staten Island and then you have to go to Jersey.
Eh. Yeah, it was bad enough with the trucks. You can't go on any parkways, so I had to drive up like probably an hour out of the way of where I would usually go.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, none of the parkways let you. Not that it matters because you can't do you can't do anything on the parkways anyway. The traffic is always bad when you're going. The further you get from the city, the better it gets. But
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Did you have any? Did you come across any articles or images lately that are? Well, I don't want to say worthy of mention because they're probably not. But
other than the period popsicles,
that's bad enough.
and then the mason jar of menstruation. That sounds like a quest item from a video game. The jar
Well,
of menstruation.
if uh, if if I get to work on Feminism Quest, I will. I'll be sure to put that in there.
There was on Gamefaqs. I guess since they took down the other one, there's now another League of Legends thread where it's like they're talking about gender identity now, and they're arguing about various things that are irrelevant and don't matter.
Oh, really? I
And
let's
it's
see.
still up, so it's the first one that I see.
Oh, I don't care what gender Ramelia's, or I don't care what Ramelia's gender is, or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Just don't lie and say she is the first girl to be in LCS because she is not. She is the first transgender player in LCS. I have no idea who Ramilia is, but transgender isn't a separate gender from male and female. It's just a descriptor for it. You can be cis male, cis female. Oh, it pains me to say that. Cis female, trans male, or trans female. You know we fucked up somewhere along the way when there are now more than 2 genders you can choose to identify as. I'm surprised this person didn't get banned for that one.
That makes me think of if there's anything on NeoGAF. That's a great place for stupidity.
So what they're saying is there are generally 2 sexes, but society is the one that invents genders. So are they really trying to argue that like gender is completely created by society, that there's no predisposition to certain behaviors based on what you were born as?
Oh no, they're gonna get into that in just a bit.
Oh, this makes my head hurt. I should probably let me see if I can put this up on the screen. Ramilia Scarlet. I don't know. I'm not a League of Legends player, so I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But
I'm not a nerd. I don't play video games on the internet.
Yeah, really. Who does that?
Please don't go to my Twitch channel.
Don't watch those archived videos, please. Okay, so it's like nobody here took science in the 8th grade. They know they are just bigots. Right away with the this is bigotry just because you think it's kind of crazy that there's like all these invented genders.
Oh, I just saw something on NeoGAF, which reminds me of that, or where you told me there's somebody trying to make a sexualized image of Shantae since somebody had a picture of her.
Oh yeah, they did. They made like pixel art that was like in GIF form, so it was actually animated, and it was pretty gross. Let's just say.
Well, I can imagine she's supposed to be like what 15, or she's a genie, so she can be 8,000 years old, but she's supposed to look like a kid.
Oh really?
Yeah, she's not supposed to be like an adult. She's supposed to be like maybe teenage or something like that. Well, she's half genie. I'm sorry, half. I don't know how you can be half genie, but you can be half genie.
Well, that works. Okay, so Ramelia is a character from Toho, a Bullet Hell series. Okay, so they're talking about a character from League of Legends, apparently. I think, right? Because this is the League of Legends board, so I would be surprised if they were. But the way they spell it is different from the way you're spelling it. It's REMILA. So I think it's.
Well, I mean, it's not like Gamefaqs is known for.
Well, yeah, I'm not
high level intellect here.
That's true. Makes me the first Barbie doll to play League. You can't invent a gender. Closest you can do is genderless for AI machines. Why don't we start saying lawnmower or waffle iron as a gender now? Well, they already tried that with mayonnaise on Tumblr.
Somebody. Well, I'm trans Euphrates, as you remember.
I'm Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, somebody's transcontinental.
It's so crazy. So the fact that we are at a point where people are trying to push you can identify as whatever gender you want is really weird. You should be more accepting of your lot in life. Yeah, kind of. I mean, why does it necessarily mean that just because, like, oh, I don't feel like the stereotypical male, that somehow makes me not a male?
Well, I remember what used to happen when you were that person growing up. They would just go around and say you were gay.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're not in the cafeteria jerking off to women who are girls, because they certainly weren't women, who were showing all their cleavage. Well, you must be gay, because
Yeah, or you're not when you're hanging out with your friends, you're not constantly ogling the females on the television screen in the movies you're watching, or whenever you go out with them, you're not turning your head at every single girl that walks by. It's like, oh, dude, are you a faggot? Are you not interested in girls? It's like, no, I just prefer not to walk around with my dick leading me all the time.
I mean, unless I were in the Playboy Mansion and I were looking for somebody who's trying to sell guns illegally
Exactly.
to save his dying businesses so he can run off to Central America.
Is this about a player or a character? I'm fairly certain it's about a character because they were saying that she is the first transgender character. But like I said, having absolutely no experience with the game aside from seeing people stream it on Twitch occasionally and not understanding it when I did see that, that's the best I've got. Let's see. I agree. If a real girl ever plays in LCS or CS, it's just wrong that someone with a pussy takes her spot, or someone with a penis. I don't know which they're talking. I guess it'd be penis. But then again, I'm so confused because having a penis doesn't mean you're a female, and thinking it does. Saying sausage fest is transphobic.
Yes, because not all people with penises are men or something like that.
Oh, that is just the worst logic ever. I mean, let's set aside that it's just a joke word anyway. The name is I'll type it in for you. There we go. There's just so much weird logic, well, or lack of logic, I would guess.
Logic and reason.
And I'm all about that logic and reason because, this is the internet and suddenly we are all intellectually superior.
Square root of -1.
What was that? Reason products or something?
It was Reasonist shirts, I think.
Oh, Reasonist.
Reasonist products. That's what it was.
So now Tumblr's going, when somebody pisses off, they're like, well, you're just being reasonist.
I thought that was a good thing or something.
Yeah, they think it is, but when you've got a whole T-shirt website devoted to it, I think it's time to realize you're probably not the bastion of reason you consider yourself to be.
Especially since they don't realize that, or since they don't realize that the correct term for certain things is complex number and not imaginary. So,
well, that's to answer this comment. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, from what I've seen of League of Legends gameplay, it doesn't look like gender fits into it anywhere. You could be playing as I don't even know, an alien without any genitals at all, and it wouldn't matter because it has nothing to do with the game.
Stay tuned when I buy one of the Oddworld games and let's play it.
Did that series ever finish?
I don't think so, but there was one that came out this year, or maybe late last year. So they've picked it back up, but
I thought that was basically like the Shenmue of like the PlayStation, I guess, because it started on PlayStation.
Yeah, but it actually had more games than Shenmue's had.
I think there was 2 or 3, and then it stopped.
There were 2 or 3 on the PS1, and then I think there were 2 on the Xbox, and then they released one. I think they haven't released any for a while, and then they released one last year. But for whatever reason, I really liked those games as a kid, like Out of This World and Flashback. That was one I used to play a lot.
I actually never got around to playing any of them, to be honest. I mean, I remember seeing it in. It was either a PlayStation magazine or EGM back in the day, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like it could be interesting." But then I was well. I've never really been well off, but I was kind of poor back when it was the PS1 era, so I actually had very few PS1 games that I actually owned.
Yeah, I didn't have many either because I think ever since I was 6, my parents made us go and earn our own money if we wanted to buy games.
And then when I did buy games, when I was making some money, I was busy spending too much money on importing the Dragon Ball Z PS1 games. And I mean, not that I don't know, I liked them at the time, but they're obviously not weren't worth what you had to pay for them to get them over here.
You're not talking about Ultimate Battle 22, are you?
Ultimate Battle 22 and Legends, as they call it, I don't think that's actually the real Japanese title. I think it's something like the Dragon Ball Legend or something like that. It's the one where you kind of you're always flying around, and it's rather than a health bar, you kind of have this team meter where depending on how badly you overpower the opposing side determines whether you win the battle. And then it cuts away to a special move, because apparently they didn't think it was a good idea to allow you to do the kamehamehas and whatnot by yourself. And then that would take away the actual character health.
And here we thought Final Bout was always the worst one.
Final Bout is bad because it's so clunky. You feel like you can't move across the board.
It's been a while since I played it, but I do remember it being very clunky. But I do remember the big deal is that it was in 3D. But I remember because I think my brother rented that and I rented Saga Frontier, and needless to say, I spent most of my time on Saga Frontier. And gasp, the first person I played as was a girl.
Yeah, I think. Well, the first person I played as was not a person, so there was no gender involved. It was a robot. And then the second person I played as was a girl.
I think I beat his third or fourth.
I think I started the robot, and then I probably got like sidetracked somewhere in his quest, and I was like, oh, let me try somebody different, and then I moved on to the next one, and I believe I liked her quest so much that I played all the way through it, and then I went back and finished that one up.
That one, well, I liked Amelia's. Something was fun about breaking out of the joint.
Yeah, hers was good too. The only thing I thought was weird was the ending, the boss at the end there. It's like that goddess thing. It just seemed to like come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was like, I thought we were fighting Ren,
the Joker or something.
Yeah, Joker or something. Like, how did we get here? I don't know the first video game character I was ever a fan of.
Yeah, because I don't even remember, to be honest, I don't even remember the first video game I ever played. I want to say it was Super Mario Brothers, but probably just because that's probably like the most memorable, I guess. But I know it's either Super Mario Brothers, Final Fantasy 1, or something like Punch-Out, or maybe Zelda.
Final Fantasy 1, that would mean you didn't play games until the 90s.
Yeah, I think I was like 4. Wait. Oh, no, you're right, wouldn't it? Because it would be 88.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm losing track of how old I am. Okay, so it might have been, it was probably something like that. Probably not Final Fantasy 1 then. But I know that was in there somewhere because I remember being very little and seeing my older cousins playing it, and then I wanted to play it, and I never understood why why he didn't let me play it. But then it was obviously because there was only one save file.
Yeah, but all I can remember though when I played it was just effective. So that's pretty much the extent of the game for me.
It's kind of weird. Like I feel like it's a little bit sad that I don't have a clear memory of what my first game was, or like first experience with video games, because it seems like, you know, you got other people around, probably around our age group, and they're like making YouTube videos out of their first experience, although it's probably embellished for show. But
I can remember games that I remember seeing and playing a lot, like Double Dragon and Castlevania 2 and Super Mario's 1, 2, and 3, and Mega Man's 2 and 3. And what is it? Blaster Master, Rambo for some reason.
I don't remember what year I got a Nintendo, but it was definitely before Super Nintendo came out, and unfortunately it died before my regular Nintendo did not last long. My first one, it crapped the bed before I got a Super Nintendo, before Super Nintendo even came out.
My brother was the one. He got it for his birthday, and then he got horrible games like Friday the 13th. And then we sold all of that, including Ninja Gaiden, which we shouldn't have done, to go and get a Super Nintendo. And I have played Jurassic Park on Super Nintendo, and I might have played it on Genesis.
I have not. I was never really into like movie tie-ins, because they were always, from everything I had ever read, they were always like notoriously bad. So to like tell your parents, oh, I want, when it's time to get a video game, I want this game. It's not something I wanted to take a risk on, I don't think.
However, I remember even as a kid, I was like, man, this Batman is pretty good for a movie based tie-in. And for some reason, we got Gremlins 2, which was also a Sunsoft game. Which, now that I play through it, it's not bad. But I don't talk about Gremlins 2.
Is that the one with the giant spider gremlin?
Yes.
Yeah, somebody did not too long ago. I saw somebody did a Perler sprite version of the giant spider boss.
That must have been huge because he takes up half the screen.
Yeah, it was big.
Because I remember, so for some reason, somehow my brother and I managed to get to the end of the game. So I'm surprised that even at that age that I could get to the end of the game. I don't think I ever beat it, but I could get to the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. I don't think. I always go back to these old games now, like when we stream them and stuff, and I feel like they're harder than I remember them being. And I don't know if that's just like you lose reflexes or something, or you just get out of practice.
Probably get out of practice, because there are some games I know that we played recently, and I played them again, and it was like, okay, I need some time to warm up.
Readjust.
Yeah, and then there are parts where it's just like, it feels like it's impossible to do, like the final boss in Double Dragon 3.
Double Dragon 3. Oh my god. That final level is garbage with the random platforming.
You know, I played it a couple of hours ago, and I was able to make it all the way to the end, and it wasn't until after that where things got difficult. Like I finally was able to screw with the AI so that I didn't get hit as much. And so all those ninjas that we had problems with last time were nothing this time.
What I usually do is when I play by myself, because I usually don't have anybody to play that game with. I would use the Chinese guy, who is
I'm
oddly enough named Chin, uh, and his punch combo pretty much always kills everything if you pull off all the hits in it.
yeah, it decimates those guys.
Yeah, so that was my strategy, and that seemed to work okay.
It decimates those guys and the Brianna Wu looking person.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought because I was responding to the comments.
What's going on? Respond.
That reminds me, I really like the Dorkly when they do the MGS clips, and it's of like they had a really good Solid Snake impression for that. I keep bringing up the wrong screens.
You keep wanting to show us more Kotaku or Kotaku.
However they pronounce it, right? Where did they even get that name? That's what I want to know. And here I am, like, showing off my whole entire screen, but, well, I'm not giving anything away, so it's all right. Where did I get the damn stream?
You're doxing yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm good at.
Time to red pill yourself.
Okay, let me just close out of that.
Let's see. Here's a popular topic on Gamefaqs. Best games to play with your girlfriend.
Wait a minute.
I don't have one, so I can't answer this.
Well, I was gonna say, remember a long time ago, I took a screenshot of that poll that you sent me, where it was like, have you ever had a girl, or are you in a relationship, or have you ever had a relationship, or something like that? And remember, the overwhelming response was never had one.
Oh yeah, that was a Gamefaqs poll, wasn't it? And
well, the Gamefaqs polls are always of high quality.
And nice shot of the period popsicles there.
Oh, is that on the screen?
Yeah, it was earlier.
Oh, because I was going to pull that up. That's why.
I can't believe the person was like, it was extremely healthy.
Oh God, that's so vile. If that's true, anyway. I mean, it could just be somebody being a smart ass with their Hawaiian Punch popsicles or something.
No, if you were to make a popsicle out of Hawaiian Punch, it wouldn't be that dark. It's that dark in a cup.
That's true.
It's not that dark in a popsicle.
Could have been pomegranate juice, which would probably require a trigger warning since it comes from the heart.
Yeah, that is possible. I don't know much of the stuff about pomegranate. I don't know how it's triggering. All I know is that I'm triggered. Apparently, I'm chrono triggered.
I still can't find that image.
The
one where they photoshopped that girl's head onto the Chrono Trigger box art.
I have it. I have to do the whole upload business again.
How did you manage to find that? I looked everywhere.
I don't know. I got lucky on going through Twitter, and I found it, and I immediately downloaded it.
I thought I favorited it, but I guess not.
Well, that's possible. There are some things where if I think it's silly enough, then I'll try to save it, like the flyer on the 10 tips on how to end rape. And it tells you like all these things, like if you feel like you're gonna rape a woman, stop and don't do it. And then the last tip is just don't rape.
I remember that. That was terrible.
Oh yeah, it says like if you're in a lift or an elevator and a woman gets in, don't rape her. That was one of the tips. So that was.
I think Rebecca Watson wrote that one.
I'm sorry. I saw something else that you had, and I'm trying to figure out what we were talking about. Something about unsung heroes and deconstructing stupidity.
Where was this?
It was on Skype.
Unsung heroes.
I don't know what day it is because it just says today. And it's wow, it was a couple of weeks ago. It was July 29th. So it was something about pandering or something.
Oh, I'd have to go back and look at the archive for that.
Yeah, it was July 29th, so it wasn't that long ago. Let's see. I still have that horribly photoshopped advertisement of that from the, what was it? Where did I find it on? MuTorrent.
Oh, the do you like Asian women or something?
Yeah, and she had like double eye cup breasts.
I remember when I used to use the uTorrent client that I would see that advertisement pop up every once in a while.
I don't know how to get rid of it, but I do know that it's there. So if anybody's looking for Asian women that probably don't have breasts that large, just let me know and I can tell you where to go.
That sounds like what my anime club would want.
We'll be sure to send it their way.
That sounds like what 4chan would want. So I think that's something you forgot to add. And your addition of Jews, blacks, and Jews.
Our one of our old leaders is one of the guys who will carry around a body pillow without giving a fuck.
Oh wow.
Well, he's not. Well, to be fair, he doesn't look like a neckbeard because he's also Asian of some descent.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess
he doesn't look creepy at all.
It's not cultural appropriation when they do it.
They can wear kimonos and your takas, or I can't even remember what they're called.
Otaku. Although that's actually more of a general term for anybody who obsesses over something.
Oh no! There was some video where they're like, "Is it okay to wear these or something?"
Oh, was that the one I linked earlier?
Yeah.
Is that the one where they basically blew the heck out of cultural appropriation?
Well, this was a more this was just a channel that I linked the video to. It was just this girl that lives in Japan, and she married a Japanese guy, and all their videos consist of stuff about Japanese culture. And she heard about the situation where in the museum, the whole thing with the kimonos and the way that people that weren't even Asian were saying it was offensive, and then saying it had to be removed and all that. So what she did was she made a video with her husband, and she asked him from the perspective of a Japanese person, how would this look, and would this generally be considered offensive, blah blah blah. And he kind of just didn't understand what they were making a fuss about.
Well, isn't the whole thing about kimonos being that you're of higher class anyways? Because wasn't like before your stature was based on how much clothes you wore?
Well, I was gonna say honestly, I don't even know the history behind it or anything. But the general consensus was that for the most part, Japanese tend to be excited when somebody wants to share in their culture and appreciate their traditions and whatnot. I mean, obviously that probably doesn't go for everybody, but
Tyler Valle?
No, who's this?
Mm-mm.
He's a writer on Games Nosh, and he's just one of those guys who just says what everybody's thinking. He did like a huge. I think he basically made his first big hit when he did a huge rant on Movie Bob.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But he does.
What other kind of rant could you do other than a huge one? I mean, his surface area alone is the size of Massachusetts.
So what you're telling me is this guy doesn't look for difficulty.
No, this guy, he's actually pretty. He seems to have a very good grasp of like what he's talking about because he did a whole takedown on the Boston thing. You should actually watch him. I'll type it in. Which chat should I type it in?
I would recommend the Google Hangouts simply because, as far as I know, the YouTube chat doesn't allow links.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Which is something they really need to work on. But I guess maybe it's so that people don't come in and they're like, oh, come to my stream.
Actually, I'll just go look for a link to his YouTube because I don't know. He kind of gave me. He's kind of like gave me the same kind of vibe as Zan. You know, Zan Deichel or whatever.
No.
He's a current. That guy's a chanter. He hangs out with the guys like Satan and everyone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know much about that crowd.
But no, this guy's not really I don't think this guy's a chanter. So.
But hanging out with Satan, I'm just that's triggering.
So I'm kidding. That guy's like
unless you want to buy an $80 Zippo.
I know you're not too big on League of Legends, but they were saying that this transgender individual, is it a pro? Is this somebody going to the pro scene for League of Legends, or?
Oh no, they were saying it's a character in the game that you like a champion or something.
Oh what? I never heard that champion. Okay.
Like they're saying it wasn't. Let me see if I can pull this up again.
Oh, because I saw a picture of a person. So I thought you were talking about like somebody doing a pro.
Maybe you're right. I mean, that's not what I got out of it though. Just don't lie to people and say she's the first girl to be in LCS because she is not. She's the first transgender. Maybe you're right.
What's LCS again?
It's the championships for League of Legends, kind of like the Olympics almost, but it's yearly.
Okay. Well.
Oh, we're guessing so LCS is a championship for League.
I guess that shows my. That's why I don't play because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I played a lot. I'm not very good.
Too busy driving tractors.
The only reason I don't
know, right?
Because any match in there is like bound to be at least a half an hour.
Well, I mean, it's not. I saw articles saying it was the first female professional player, but that's completely false. There's been several women that played professionally in challenger rating. So that's like what the professional level means is reaching challenge. No, is it challenger? I think it's challenger. But that's just what professional means. So there's been several. There just haven't been too many on teams to be there. I don't know.
Hi, Anya.
It's just dumb. There was actually an all-female team that disbanded like last year.
Is that what that Siren was I heard in chat earlier?
Yeah, Team Siren. It was kind of like a big flop. It was League trying to be politically correct, failing.
Oh, what was that one fiasco with China having like this all-female tournament of some game and like they just like went full stereotype?
I didn't see that.
I haven't heard about this either. Honestly, I haven't.
They had like all the tables done over with like cloths and stuff.
Were they pink?
I think it was white, but
decorate the tables with flowers and.
They basically went with like the whole serene look of the place.
Some Hello Kitty stickers and whatnot.
But yeah, that whole article, I don't see the point in putting it out there.
Well, whether they were talking about.
Well, not on your point, but I don't know why they did all that. Just for
I'm just saying that like whether they're talking about a person or a character in the game. Earlier in the thread that I wanted to originally look at that got deleted, they were talking about characters because they said the literal title of the damn thread was "It's 2015. We need an LGBT champion in League."
Well, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of gay League players.
Well, I think they meant like actual actual characters you play as
Oh, okay,
in this
yeah.
case. And so that's why when I went over to this thread, I thought it was a continuation of that rather than an actual person.
I think they even have gay characters in League.
I think they probably do.
Because I'm almost positive Tarek, like people say he's gay, but I don't actually.
That's
think
one of
that
the names
people are
that came
wrong.
up. That's one of the names that came up in the original thread. I
Yeah.
do remember that.
And then they got like.
I almost think that is canon, but I could be wrong.
Also, didn't they? Is this also? They like nuked their story recently, didn't they?
Yeah, they decided to redo it, kind of like how comic books do it every now and then.
Just
I noticed
reset
like
the whole
one.
universe.
I think my favorite relationship I've seen going around is Zach and Riven, because they do that for some reason.
Zack and Riven? Are we talking about like Rule 34?
No, I'm just talking like they seem to
Oh.
ship the. You know who Zach is, right?
Yeah, the blob, right?
Yeah. So yeah, you got like Zach and they got. Riven,
But
who,
then people always say that Ezreal's like trans too. They should just make that canon. Just like Ezreal used to be a woman.
like Fanon. We're talking Fanon stuff here, like.
Yeah, in the fandom, Ezreal's seen as a girl to a lot of players.
Well, apparently Samus is transgender too, so.
Yeah, well,
They're
because women
sticking that
can't
one,
be
aren't
that
they?
strong.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, no, I don't need to make the. I don't need to make a point about what Pixiv does to Splatoon.
They mess around with the squid kids or whatever.
It seems to be popular. Squid Yowie seems to be very popular there.
Oh God.
They don't think usually go. They usually just keep it cutesy though, like at just the 30 level.
So just etchy.
No, like just at flirting, basically, and having like the guy squids just react.
All right then.
Then, if you go, I'm guessing it, Scratch. You just like go on Tumblr to post your videos and don't really do much browsing, right?
I tend to do the occasional browsing, sadly.
Well, actually, no. I find like the tags that are away from, or the tags that are focused on games, generally don't go cross over into the crazy land.
Oh, I actually go and usually, sometimes I intentionally go looking for the crazy stuff.
Me, I occasionally just go look for the crazy stuff and then send people random and look for people who have Anon in their ask box. Other than that, I'll just go on. Do you know the his name's like the Eagle Atarian?
I don't think I'm familiar with that either, actually.
He's a popular anti-SJW blog.
Okay.
And but he's also, I think more so, he's 90% shitposting.
Well, there's nothing wrong with shit posting.
Actually, my favorite thing is that on Tuesdays he'll host Anon Waifu Wars for what's it called, Monster Musume.
Is that one with all the girls that are like half monster?
Yeah.
I've actually not seen that or anything, but I've seen random images floating around.
I think my favorite meme going around right now is the Shimonetta ones. You might have seen, like, if they say Love Nectar, that's what it's from.
No, I don't think I've seen that.
You should actually check it out, though. It's about a world. Okay, the name is Shimonetta, a boring world where the concept of a dirty joke doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. I actually have heard of that. There was some image of a character that was wearing like underwear on her head or something.
Yeah, that's one of the main characters. Her name's, I think, Ayame, and
Okay.
she's what in that world they call dirty joke terrorist.
Jeez.
Is this an anime or a
This sounds
manga?
like the world that Tumblr wants gone too far.
Basically, it's about a world where Japan has gone like
It's like super
Okay.
politically correct, right? Like
no, it's
yeah.
like they've just removed all concept of reference to lewdness
like all perversion.
to the degree that they even have like collars that read what you say, and if you say so much as like dick, you'll get a squad of police chasing you. So what she'll do is since a lot of these people don't even understand their own sexuality anymore because a lot of them just weren't raised with it. So you get like the one girl who is like the daughter of the people who instigated this structure, and she's like very much for the morality standards that they call for. But what she doesn't know is that she's incredibly repressed, yet she doesn't really realize it. So she'll find outlets, but they're usually to the extreme, and she's also totally innocent in her understanding of it. So like
Yeah,
the
I
one
was reading
jokes-
the I came across the screenshot or whatever, and then I saw the title, so I googled that, and I was reading the wiki on it for a little bit the other day.
So like
It sounded
one of
like it could be entertaining, I guess.
I think its biggest joke right now is this girl I was talking about. She got a thing. She started developing feelings for the main male character. So she starts getting wet,
Oh God.
and she doesn't realize what her discharge is, so she calls it love nectar, and insists on trying to make him drink it.
Oh, that's just messed up. Oh, Japan, thank you.
What would this world be without you?
There's another series which, ironically enough, Kotaku posted about it, which kind of bugs me because, you know, their whole women are objectified. Well, apparently it's okay in certain instances. But it was the series I think is called Bikini Warriors or something.
Oh, that.
And yeah, and it's basically like all the female tropes plus like JRPG references apparently.
It looked basically. I never seen it, but from what I've seen of the trailers and stuff, it looks like it's just basically a parody. It's just taking all of the Japanese fan services up to like parody levels.
Yeah. Although I heard it got from what I heard in the comments section. I mean, I don't know how you can trust Kotaku in their comments section, but one of them was saying something about tentacles being involved and or a dog and some licking, and I'm like, okay, this might be a little bit more disturbing.
Well, that doesn't sound right. It's usually like space monsters or something like that.
I think Japan is starting to discover meta humor.
Well, I think the best form of comedy is when you're mocking yourself.
Well, I'm sure that most of them know how ridiculous the things they do are. So
maybe the most pure form of comedy, maybe not the best, but definitely one of the more pure forms of comedy is when you can make fun of yourself.
Well, no, remember they do those things because they're just more sexually open-minded than we are, and you know they're not as repressed as we are.
even though the whole reason from what I understand, I could be wrong on this, but this is what I heard. The whole reason for the tentacle thing was because they tried to get around the censorship of penises.
I would believe that, but let's see. I don't know. Japan's a bit weird because even though they do have they're very much more open with their sexuality. At the same time, they seem to have issues, social issues generated by their striving for trying to basically everybody trying to be the best at whatever they are.
Well, like what's happening in Konami right now, that's not new. That happens with companies all the time because isn't there like laws that keep them from just firing people even if they're like even if the company has to?
What's the story there with Konami anyway? Only thing I really know is they got rid of Kojima, and they are basically going into just like mobile phone stuff.
Let's see,
They're going to gambling since they
Pachinko.
they repealed the law saying that gambling in Japan is bad. So they're like, well, gambling would be a better market than video games. So
Speaking
that's
of
what they're going
Japan-
Well,
for.
they were already doing it. Their gaming division or their gambling division was limited to the U.S. because they had the headquarters for that was in Nevada, I think, and so they've been making those machines there.
And
So
while they're at it,
they've been there for a while, but now they're able to explore that more.
and while they're at it, they're basically dragging their fans through the mud with some of their old IPs. Like they have the sexy
it's like
Castlevania.
Castlevania.
Castlevania Roulette.
Oh God.
Oh god.
I gotta go, guys. I'll maybe come back later if I can.
All right, we'll see you.
All
See ya.
right, take it easy.
And speaking of Japan, we are joined by a giant robot.
Oh God. Why don't you lube your lug nuts?
Wait, hold on.
We don't have time to wait for this. We are live, man.
Am
What
I
are you
muted
doing?
or something? What the fuck?
No, I mean I hear you.
I hear you
Oh,
too.
okay. I was beginning to wonder. Thought I had lost my mind there for a second.
Pretty bad when humans can tell you how to work your technology better than a robot.
Well, as I mentioned in the chat, I'm programmed in BASIC, assholes.
Oh, well, then we shouldn't trust anything he says.
He's in MS-DOS.
Hey, well, just think for a moment. That means I am base. Ha! Ha! I'm funny. Humorotron 5000.
Well, but you're also a Palin apologist, so you could just get out.
I know. Having a reasonable balance depending on whether or not someone is a moron. Oh, gee, all I gotta say about that is it's quite possible for someone to have an idiotic opinion and not be an idiot. Those two things do not conflate.
Right, and
that's all I'm saying.
Right, and making that point doesn't necessarily equate to a defense of this person and this person only. That's something that could just apply in general.
Yeah, and heck, in the process, I got used to evaluating, her reasonable counterpart to some extent, Biden, in the same way, and I thought, you know what, I should really not be a hypocrite here. I haven't had a chance to look at what little I can find about, how smart he supposedly is if you go to the books on it. I'm not really sure. I do know that he's an amazing gaffe machine, but hey, what can you do? That happens to a lot of people. Anyway, but yeah, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
I'm doing good.
Because we were talking about video games and porn a minute ago, weren't we?
I guess video games.
Well,
and
when you
anime?
talk about Japan, that's just the normal progression of things.
Oh well, yeah. At some point, hentai will come involved. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you were to do the intersection of pornography in Japan, the difference between the two is very, very small.
Yeah, they have an interesting dichotomy of openness and different shame levels for that sort of thing that produce some really odd porn. What killed me was when I finally, because I don't know about you guys, but in my youth I've watched a fair amount of hentai, and I never quite understood what it was with the squeaky voices the girls had, and then I finally got a hold of some Japanese porn, and for whatever reason they do that. They make those squeaky voices in the process, and it made me very uncomfortable. Because these are grown women, but if I close my eyes, they sound way too young for this shit. And I'm like, no, sorry, that's a boner killer right there, folks. I got nothing for you.
There's some Asian cultures that believe having braces make you seem younger. So
Braces, huh?
Basically.
yeah, I forgot which one. It might be Korea, but I could be wrong.
I like me some Korean crime dramas because they get bloody, gory, and just oh god, they can do a vengeance story like nobody else. Great shit.
I saw this one show. I forgot. I feel like it was based off an anime. I think it was a Japanese drama though, but it was so corny. It was the cop, and he was working with some woman that I guess had some sort of psychic powers or something. But it was just so like over the top cheesy acting. I was like, wow, I just can't get into this.
Have any of you here seen Old Boy?
No,
No.
but it was recommended to me, and I'm meaning to watch it on Netflix at some point.
I highly recommend it, but for those of you who know what the gag is, I had a bunch of my friends who had never seen it, and I got like 4 people. I got them all in the room, and I set up the movie. I didn't tell them shit about what was going on. When the twist finally hit, I had one guy who was like, "Aha!" and the others were like, "Oh God!" Great.
Well, now I'm curious.
As a revenge mystery story, it's really interesting. Spike Lee's remake was awful from the get-go. But the basic premise is a guy gets kidnapped and put in basically a private prison run by
guys
criminals.
don't get kidnapped.
Yeah, he gets fucking kidnapped and put in a prison for what was it, like 10 years, and has no idea why.
Okay.
And the mystery starts when he gets let go. So yeah, I don't want to spoil any of it. It's a fantastic movie. Though one scene that we'll talk about, there's a scene where the actor eats a live octopus.
Well, that's normal in Japan, isn't it?
That's not. No. I mean, the thing is fighting him. It's grabbing at his face, the whole 9 yards.
I think
that
it's
is not fake.
I think I heard a story about somebody that ate a live baby octopus, and it basically tried to come back up as he was swallowing it.
A much larger thing. It kind of grabs on his face. It's a tough scene to watch.
Well, Wise Man did once say, "Don't tease the octopus, kids."
That's true.
You'll end up in the hentai.
Oh yeah, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Or Final Fantasy VI. Jeez, you guys.
6? Well, yeah. Then you have the octopus showing up in the middle of the play, and yeah.
That was one of the greatest scenes in a video game ever, and it makes absolutely no sense.
Oh, I love that game. That's people keep like like my wife and other people are like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy VII remake would be fantastic. Like fuck you assholes, I want 6. I'm almost better characters. The protagonist wasn't a piece of cardboard. Not that I dislike Cloud. I get why you have protagonists that have no personality, so you can project yourself on them. But 6, I completely turned that around and just said, fuck it, no, everybody's got personality.
Yeah, I agree. I like 6 a lot. It's probably my favorite. And 4 is behind that, although 4 might be more because of the memories that I have with it, but I still think it's a good game.
Yeah, those are some really good games. The first one I ever played was the first one, and when it got ported over, there's not a whole lot of personality going on there, but
yeah, I played the first one as well,
but it was a lot of fun.
But there are fools getting knocked down, and you can't go wrong with that.
Oh yeah, and what was great is I played about halfway through the first Final Fantasy, and I was not aware of how the martial artist worked.
Oh.
And at one point, I forgot to equip him with a weapon, and all of a sudden, he's beating everybody's ass. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, oh, duh, he's a fucking martial artist.
Yeah, I would unequip him as early as like level 6 or 7, but they say you're supposed to wait till like, I don't know if I remember correctly, like 12 or 10 or something like that.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Pretty effective, pretty early.
Yeah, I was totally unaware of this. I was like, because by that time I'd had him in my party so long, I was kind of invested. This was like after the major, the Earth Gem and all that stuff. I was going weird places. Let's put it that way. And then I forgot to equip him because I was like, why are there so few weapons for this character? What the hell's going on here? You know, I know that sounds stupid now, but you have to remember how old I was.
Well, yeah, there wasn't much information out there unless you had like the Nintendo Power subscription and the Player's Guide. You were on your own.
The 8,000-page Nintendo Power Player's Guide and the
I'll share
70-page manual.
Yeah.
Nintendo Power was a big scam. I don't know why more people were pissed off about that.
I'll share a Final Fantasy IV story.
Okay.
I borrowed it from my cousin back in the day, and I always saw him playing, and I was like, oh man, this game is awesome, I want to play it. So finally, when he was done with it, he's like, okay, you can borrow it. I'm like, yes. And I played through the whole entire game, get to the final dungeon, and my cousin comes over and he's like, what do you have equipped? And so I go to the menu, go to Cecil, and I'm wearing cloth armor. I have the final sword. I'm just wearing cloth armor, but I was like maybe 7 years old, so.
That's awesome. That's really good, because I was crap. I got to think about this, but how old I was when the first Final Fantasy 1 came out. I mean, let me put it this way. For me, I got it right after it launched from the first issue. If that dates me right there, that'll tell you how old I was.
I think it was 1990, right? We were saying earlier it came out.
Yep, 1990.
So yeah.
Because Dragon Warrior was 89, and they had a big campaign for that in Nintendo Power.
Where they were giving away free cartridges with a subscription or something?
Dragon Warrior is the shit. I really wish more of that would get ported over, but
Man, what kind of losers play Dragon Warrior?
Oh, dude, me. I'll play the Dragon Warrior. I'll play the Final Fantasy. You put a turn-based RPG in front of me, and I'm almost certainly going to play it.
Are you me getting the new Fallout game?
Oh my God! I think my lower plating got tight. I oiled myself. I shit you not.
Dude, I was pissed. This was going to be the very first game I bought the special edition for, and they're sold out everywhere.
What comes with the special edition?
Fucking
Boy.
You can put your phone in.
I want it. But the only reason I'm not mad is because it's going to be out in like a year, and I'll be able to buy it on eBay or something for $20.
Hopefully. God
well,
damn.
it depends if they reprint whatever it is, because most of the time people just buy up a shitload of them and then they go and wait and sell them on eBay later.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure somebody has.
With the hype for Fallout, I'm almost certain they're gonna.
I was able to get the Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade like on eBay for my little brother for like $20, and I think that was like a special pre-order thing too.
Yeah, I guess if it's a big name, that they're a little bit better about the special editions.
There's always gonna be a mother somewhere that doesn't quite know what she has.
Yeah.
I think that's how somebody got the first issue of Superman, was they found it in a garage sale.
Yeah, that's the sort of legendary thing there, and oh god, I remember the sort of that weird comic book investment bubble where people were like, yeah, if we invest in these, it's like, no, you don't get it, you dumb motherfuckers. These things are valuable because they're rare, because people didn't take care of them, they didn't keep them.
Yeah.
You dumb sons of bitches, you keep them and take care of them, that means they're worthless.
And that's why I'm just waiting for the overpriced eBay auction games to go down once and for all.
Yeah.
Because I remember I was able to get, I got like, what was it? I got the Japanese Secret of Mana, Breath of Fire 3, Final Fantasy 6. For each of those were no more than $20 in 2006 and 2008. And if you try to look at those games now, you can't get a black label Breath of Fire 3 for $20 anymore.
Yeah, those are tough to come by. I mean, I got to say this. Thank God for emulators, because I haven't been able to keep track of all the games I bought. I figure if I bought it at one point, if I paid good hard money for it at one point, I don't feel the least bit bad about emulating the damn thing, because I plunked my money down once is good enough, and I couldn't buy it retail if I tried. So.
Well, what do you mean? You have officially licensed copies of everything.
Well, there was a time when there was a middle time where that wasn't possible. So yeah, now you can get copies of that, so which is fine. And I've bought a few of those. I mean, I own Final Fantasy VI 3 times. because of
Yeah, I have quite a few copies of all those games. Like Final Fantasy IV, I have the Super Nintendo version, Game Boy Advance version, PlayStation version, and DS and PSP. So I have 5 versions of Final Fantasy IV, actual
Yeah.
physical copies. And then 6, I have 3 copies because I have the Super Nintendo, I have the PS1, and I have the Game Boy Advance.
You didn't want to get the Android version?
Oh wait, I paid for the Android version, but unfortunately, I will probably have to buy that again.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
I've got
Well,
4
that's because you didn't go your own way.
that's true.
Now, if we count the ones that have passed through our hands, that could get even stickier because technically, I've owned 5 copies of Final Fantasy VII, mostly accidentally.
Oh no.
So-
Well, for me, I've never. The only game I actually have sold from my collection is Final Fantasy VII. Although I wish I sold it when it gained value instead of when I sold it to some idiot for $20, only to later find out his little brother was using one of the discs as a piece of pizza coaster.
Oh yeah,
nice.
totally about that. Yeah, because I had a copy of Final Fantasy VII, my wife had a copy, and when we finally moved in together, of course, that means we have 2 copies. So I count those. We've been together long enough that our stuff is the stuff is ours. And then I have a copy for the PSP, and then I got a copy as part of something else. I forget how the fuck I got it. An electronic copy, something like that.
Yeah, that's what happened with us. So, so you can usually tell who had what or whose is what's, because if it's a Japanese copy, it's probably mine, and if it's a U.S. copy, it's probably hers. So if you see Final Fantasy III for the Super Nintendo, that's hers, but if you see Final Fantasy VI for Super Famicom, that's mine.
Yeah, I used to know some people who took the Japanese translation, fan translation of RPGs very seriously. It was like their diehard hobby. I just couldn't fucking keep up. Really couldn't.
See,
Yeah, I gave up after a very short time, but it did give me an opportunity to learn about some interesting games like Rejoice.
I still hope that the translation for that gets finished sometime because it sounds like an awesome game.
see, I always feel like I'm somewhat left out because I had no idea people collected video games until about recently, probably closer to my adulthood in life. But everyone I knew collected comic books. So I have a decent amount of comic books from childhood and baseball cards, but my baseball cards are worthless because they're from the late 80s and 90s when the whole steroids thing happened.
Oh. Yeah.
So pretty much all of them are completely worthless.
Yeah, I used to have basketball cards, and my wife has a lot of she has kind of a lot of comics, or a super lot of comics maybe, and so it's hard to keep track of all that. I can keep track of the games though.
Well, I recently finished the series of the Secret Wars. I finally got the last comic I was missing. I forget which one it was. It was about a year ago I got it. But any of you guys collect comic books too, or is it just video games?
No, but to be honest, I don't even feel like I collect video games because all the video games I own are ones that I play or that I will at least play the ROM version of because it's not convenient for me to have the system hooked up at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have a collection, but you
like I have a collection, but I don't think I'm a collector because, like, for instance, in the retro community, it's like the holy grail if you own a Nintendo World Championship card. But like, I have absolutely no fucking interest in ever owning one.
Yeah, like I went to a game store a couple of weeks ago so I can buy what was it, Wanderers from Ease on PC Engine and Final Fantasy Legend 3 for the Game Boy, and they had some $1,300 game made by Titus. And every time I hear Titus, all I'm going to think of is Superman 64. And so the immediate question is, why would I want to pay $1,300 for something I know isn't going to be good?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of like Scratch. I have a collection as a result of buying games that I want to play. Now, for
Yep.
a while, I did go through some trouble to secondhand stores and collect like all of those just ridiculous amount of PS2 JRPGs that got translated over. I tried to get as many of those as I could because I knew I would eventually play them. But in a move, I got rid of most of them.
What I did before I met my wife is
for a second.
I had a I had a not soft modded at all Xbox, and I put my officially licensed games on those because because I was either in college at the time or I was living on my own and my parents lived far away, so some of the stuff was still there at their house, and what was it? 10 years ago, 10-year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. So some stuff I just lost because of that. And so it was more convenient to just have ROMs and play everything on the Xbox. But I would still buy the games and play them. But now that I have the systems and I have an actual house and all that, I can go and play them. But there's one thing I did, and it wasn't this same store location, but it was this same store. It was just a different location. I bought a brand new copy of Threads of Fate for the PS1. I had never played it before, so I was like, I always wanted to get this game, and so now I can get it brand new. Why not do that? And this person was getting all worked up about the fact that I was going to open it. I was like, why am I going to buy a game that I'm not going to play? And that doesn't make sense. Like, there are only 2 games right now I have that are not open, and that's because, 1, I don't have a Japanese Wii, and 2, I just don't feel like playing F-Zero yet. So if I ever feel like playing the Dragon Quest Anniversary Collection or F-Zero, I will open those boxes and I will play those games. But until then, they're sealed. But they're not sealed just because one day I'm going to get $500 on that Anniversary Collection of Dragon Quest or $30 on F-Zero.
I mean, I don't know. I understand collectors, but I also it's kind of like that thing from with a Toy Story 2. Toys are meant to be played with. Games are meant to be played. That's their purpose.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to collect them, great, but do so after you've played them, because if you don't play them, it always feels like you're kind of missing the point.
Well, that's why I think I gravitate more towards comics, because at least you have the art.
Yeah,
you can display a comic and.
Yeah, because I knew a guy who he still collects comics, but he'll spend like $1,500 because he #child free, so he can spend a lot of money on stuff. And
cut out the middleman, buy the toys for yourself.
Right. So he'll have a room and he'll have all these comics, but he never reads the comics. He reads it. He has everything on his hard drive, and so he reads that. And so then I say, well, then just get rid of the stuff on your hard drive, because that's all he would do at work. Or at my last job. I don't work there anymore. That's all he would do throughout the day.
PDFs?
Yeah, he would have his external hard drive and he would just read comics.
All right.
That would be me.
I guess if you could manage to get paid for that somehow, but I don't know how you'd get away with it. It's like, well, let's do your productivity report. I drank coffee and read comics.
I had a job that was like that one time. Basically, we were either working our asses off because it was a shipping and receiving thing because the truck was in, or we had nothing to do waiting for said truck. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I worked in a factory that was similar to that. There would be times where, you would be there for 12 hours, but then there were literally times where they would end up just sending you home after a couple hours because there was nothing left to do.
Yeah.
But in our case, we were programmers and we were maintaining billing systems, so we probably don't want to just sit and hang out in case the billing system goes down or stops working. But nevertheless, that's what they did. I don't remember what I used to look at, but yeah, he read comics all the time.
I believe, I ain't completely sure because I didn't look it up. I believe I have the first appearance of Ant-Man.
Nice.
But I don't know. I think that's the only special comic I have besides.
Is that going to be worth more now because of the whole movie and stuff?
for a little bit. Then people are gonna realize Ant-Man sucks, and
I was thinking we should get in on buying Hulk Hogan action figures. Honestly,
Can you get one that presses a button that says Gawker size?
actually, I think the Ant-Man movie is great, and I loved it. But Ant-Man, the comic book character, is really dull.
It's one of those concepts that might have worked, 30 years ago, but
The movie's great. I love the movie, and they really did a good job with him. The second version of Ant-Man and all. But no one likes Ant-Man when he was in the comics.
doesn't he just shrink or something?
He eventually develops a way to grow as well.
yeah, and
But
he becomes
there's still-
Giant Man for a while.
Then there's continuity issues
He
because
doesn't use a
when
pump
he
to grow, does he?
what's that?
I say he doesn't use a pump to grow, does he?
Well, there's continuity issues because when he shrinks, he maintains the same strength as if he's still like 200 or 180 pound man. So you got this tiny little thing that's literally like a bullet. But when he grows, you'd think that would be the same because he'll be grown to like 100 feet tall, but he still has the strength of a 180 pound man. That would be kind of weak.
It'd be kind of hard to walk around.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to carry himself.
Well, I guess I know where Dragon Ball got his inspiration from.
Oh, with the way Piccolo grows to ridiculous sizes.
Yeah, and then the way that Vegito became a chocolate ball and
Oh yeah, like a gumball or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna see the new movie, but it's sold out. Like, well, in the closest theater to me, it's been sold out almost the entire time.
Yeah,
you
I'm not
probably
close
save
enough.
your money on that.
I'm not close enough to any area that would actually be doing a screening.
Well, if you were still where you used to be, you could have gone to the draft house and you might have run into your favorite offensive Muppet frog.
What?
It's
Kermit?
yeah,
Oh.
In blackface.
in blackface.
What?
What did
Well,
you
I mean,
do
well,
in your childhood?
You guys don't know about the YouTube guy?
No.
Oh, that's blackface Kermit.
Okay.
And now that I've just named him on stream, I'm probably going to get destroyed by his followers.
Well, you actually knew that guy, or?
No, I don't know him in real life or
Oh.
anything. It's just it's just his followers tend to be very cult-like, and it's like when I made the MGTOW video, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I actually have a story about that. It's not a personal one, but like this is a guy, he has no problem going on YouTube and making all these accounts or making all these random videos to make fun of other people. Like he really has this hard-on for making fun of mundane Matt and the way that he does his videos and calling him a reply girl and all that. Back in the day, I don't know if you know about any of these people, but there was a guy named Judah Konzo, and he would make fun of him all the time. Because I'm sure you guys have heard of the Internet Aristocrat or whatever his name is now, Mr. Mataka or something.
yeah.
Well, he's part of that clique. He's he is to Internet Aristocrat, I guess, what I am to Scratch Point, but without the homoeroticism. And
Wait, which side has the lack of homoeroticism?
Our side.
Our side does.
Oh.
We're too busy talking about 9/11 man and repressed homosexual man and Mega Man video games.
Well, they made Green Lantern gay.
Yeah, they did. And somebody in the X-Men, I can't remember. Do you remember who was supposed to be gay in the X-Men?
Was it Iceman?
Colossus.
Oh, Colossus now?
Colossus?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Wait
gay.
a minute,
He's
it was-
Russian too.
Wait a second. It was Iceman most recently. Remember
Yeah.
there was that whole thing where...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but
It
it was like 10 years ago because I remember reading and Cyclops, I think Colossus was piloting a ship and Cyclops was with him and they were having a conversation and he did that stupid thing that people who are uncomfortable with gay men always do, and it's all I guess it's different for you since you're looking at dicks and sausages, huh, Colossus? Like you like those dangly parts, don't you? Like Cyclops, you're gayer than I am, so please stop that.
Colossus will make you his woman.
I got to admit, if I had, it's one of those. I'm thinking Colossus. I didn't realize he was gay, and I'm thinking back at my X-Men comics back then, and going, well, if I had to pick a gay dude in comics to get stuck with, Colossus would be all right.
If only he was hairier, he could just.
But
But anyway, this guy, like going back to the blackface guy, he would do all these videos. I think the ones he would make fun of this guy named Judah Conzo, because before they did Internet Aristocrat, they did something called It Came from Public Domain, and they would watch public domain movies. It's basically a podcast where they watch public domain movies and they do an MST 3K type skit on it. And that guy Judah Conzo tried to get on it, and they made fun of him. And some other guy, what is his name? Invisible Crane. And so there's this Twitter account of dsp.txt. I don't know where these .txt accounts come from, but it's basically a guy making fun of Darkside Phil, but that's one of his cult followers. And so they both go and make fun of this Invisible Crane guy, because he's basically like a Chris Chan from Scotland.
Oh, jeez.
God.
And so he had him and Judah Conzo on, and they were pretending that they were making them audition for a role, and they just kept heckling them. And then another thing he would do is he did irate gamer parodies, and the thing he was known for there was that he was the only person that could sound exactly like Chris Bores whenever he did his parodies, but otherwise it was nothing special. But he always goes and makes fun of these people. But there was one time where he tried to make fun of this reviewer called Razor Fist. He was pretending he was doing
I love Razor Fist.
He was pretending that he was doing like a review of him, and then all the video was him just peeing in a toilet. And
Oh, jeez.
and so Razor Fist found out about it, and needless to say, that video went down within the day. They claim they patched things up, but it's like once somebody told him about it, he came on and he just let him have it. But it was like all of Blackface Kermit's cult followers like immediately came to the defense, and they're like, "Oh, you're not funny anyway," and Thief is a crappy series and all that other stuff. Like just saying all these random things that mean nothing.
Thief is a crappy series. As if he developed it or something.
There is a lot of fucking like YouTube rivalries in the past. Like I remember reading on Encyclopedia Dramatica about a YouTube rivalry about the time when Amazing Atheist was still coming up, and like this guy claimed to have had sex with this guy's fiance, and not only like just claiming it, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna release the video too, and release a video of him having sex with this guy's fiance. And I'm just like, man, is there any, like, I'm glad it's not like that now, but is there, like, any point to like, where you just gotta be like, look, maybe this isn't worth it?
Damn, yo.
Like, I don't really see the point in hating each other that bad. And
No,
then both were
make
atheists,
sense.
too. It wasn't like one of them was, like, a pro-creationist and pro-atheist. They were, like, on the same side. I'll have to look that up sometime. Not the video. I don't really care about that, but just
I
like
don't
the
remember.
arguments.
I don't remember the other guy's name, but I remember that. But that's more or less what happens with this Blackface Kermit guy. So a lot of people basically like him, or he does a lot of cameos in other videos because he'll do this. But like I've gotten to that point where I used to watch a lot of his stuff, and the Blackface Kermit is an in joke to one of his videos. He did a video with. He would do this video with this guy named Helsing920, and this guy his name's Chris Holland, but he used to do irate gamer parodies. He called himself Irritated Gamer, and a couple other people. And for whatever reason, they were watching a show. Like it was a Flash cartoon, and they had somebody watch a show. I think it was whoever Helsing920 played. and on the guys on TV, like somebody said something racist, or no, it was somebody dressing up as Kermit, and he was in blackface, and he's right next to a black guy, and of course, he had the most hilarious joke after that about the black guy being very offended and stuff like that. That's comedy gold right there, and so that's where the name comes from. But he's one of those people. I kind of feel he's kind of weaselly sometimes, but he's basically a person that he can get in good with everybody. But if you go and you look at his things objectively, or at least I've gotten to the point where I look at it and I say, this is just a 7-second video you uploaded that is completely self-indulgent. Like, if you weren't part of some esoteric stream he had, you wouldn't get whoever he was making fun of, which is usually Mundane Matt, if it's anything going on right now. But sometimes it's about like some guy named Rowdy C, or occasionally people on That Guy with the Glasses. He likes them, but he will still make fun of them sometimes. And
well, from what I saw most recently, Mundane Matt kind of took the fun out of the joke for him, because he's got his avatar is currently the Straight Out of, and it has his logo, and it just says Straight Out of ad block.
Well, Monday Matt got a lot of hate too for, I don't know.
A lot. It's stupid. I mean, yeah.
Like, I can.
It was for the clip where he said some stupid shit about being like the hero of gaming or something. But like, who takes it that seriously? Come on.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't seem like somebody that takes it seriously, because he just seems like somebody that just wants to work in news in general.
Well, that's why those guys were all jumping down his throat. Is they're like, well, you're not serious about this, and it's like, I remember him, and I think it was IA. Even though IA's like, well, I wasn't trying to make Gamergate a thing. Like, they really had that go, and then they wanted to be cool and say, well, we're not part of Gamergate, or we're not this or that, and it's like, okay.
Like, if you think people aren't serious about being YouTubers, you really think PewDiePie was serious when he was 12-year-old making his own very first video? I mean, what the fuck? No one on the internet is serious that much, and anyone that is that serious does not amount to much at all. At least it doesn't seem like it to me.
And plus, what's wrong with like finding out something later on in life? Like, their whole complaint is, well, this person didn't get interested in things until much later, and that's what I think he did at points. But they would praise Milo because he was like, well, he doesn't even like video games, but he's on our side or something like that. And now he's playing it and he enjoys it. And it's like, not everybody gets into the same thing right away. Like, I got into RPGs early on in life, but a lot of people got in Final Fantasy VII. I got in the original Dragon Warrior in 1989 in a place that has tech stops instead of rest areas now.
Well, the game that I would say got me into RPGs, and I'm a big RPG fan now. No one would claim as a true RPG game. Legend of the I can't even say the name. I'm just that bad. Yeah, that game.
Yeah, I played that.
It was like one of the first RPGs I ever played, and I loved it so much.
Wait, which one was that? Legend of Legaia?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The only reason I don't like that game is because I feel like it takes forever to level up, and I don't like any game. Like, that's why I can never finish Grandia 1, because I feel like it takes 20 hours and 3 different interpretations of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and somebody proving a Riemann integration using only integers or whatever, or something like that. Like, it just takes too long to do that, and it's like, I don't have time for all this. I didn't have time for it when I was a teenager and had nothing, so I definitely don't have time for it now.
Yeah, I know that is part of the problem. Is I've got a lot of time for a lot of things, but the leveling up process is not always one of them. It's sad, really.
Well, I do like the combo system that was in that game.
Yeah, the Grandia, at least the first 2 were really good. Now the third, I kind of got partway into the third one and couldn't get,
We shall not speak of the third one.
The fourth one.
There are a lot of games that I can think of. Well, I guess not that many, but there are a few games I can think of where the third one, it's just, what were they thinking? Like Arc the Lad 3. Like, how do you go from just a 20-hour orgasm that is Arc the Lad 2 to Arc the Lad 3?
I have no problem with
That's
that.
the best description for a video game I've ever heard, because I could just see them like one of those little stickers that comes on the package from the reviewer.
A 20-minute orgasm.
No, I gotta say, for me, the mark of a good game, particularly an RPG, is if I have to keep looking at the clock to make sure I'm not late for work.
Oh yes.
Yeah, then you know you're having some fun.
The latest game to do that for me was Batman. Not the last one, not the new one.
Unfortunately, I've only had a chance to play the Arkham Asylum, which I was like,
That also did it.
that was people were like, some of my friends hadn't played it because they didn't have something to play it on. I said, look, trust me, if you get no other game on this fucking system, get that one, because have you ever wanted to be Batman? There you go. You will feel like you are fucking Batman.
And plus, they got the voice actor of the Joker from the animated series for it.
Well, and the voice actor of Batman.
Yeah, it was kind of a
animated
cast
series.
I wanted to get the new one, but I only have a PC because PC Master Race,
Yeah,
and there's all that bullshit.
but
I have
Yeah,
a lot of
I'll be
systems.
saying that as soon as I can get my motherboard to stop acting like it doesn't know anything about electronics.
Oh, speaking of just a shout out to Maintenance Girl. This is how much my wife knows me and loves me. When the PS3 first came out, and she found out that there was a version that had the hardware, the hardware backwards compatibility. She went through the trouble to go through a couple of different Best Buys to find one and get me one.
Take that, MGTOW.
Because you see, and that's the thing. I understand MGTOW, but some of them are just too extremes. Like women are evil. Like, no, not all women are evil. Now, mind you, they're
Not all women.
more in the sense that most women have goals different than ours. We should just sort of accept that. That's fine. But when you're just like they're evil, like no, they're people. They're just different. That's it. Not that difficult to figure out. They're people, but they're different. And yes, they can be douchebags. Gee, what a fucking surprise! That
Just
happens with
like
all
anybody
kinds of
else,
people.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as I've told my nephew, who's a young man, just sort of getting about 16, 17, I said, this is one of the things. Don't trust any woman any more than you would trust another dude, because they may seem sweeter, nicer, and all of that, but they're not. They're just like us. They're just as likely to fuck you as a dude will. Okay. The difference is they'll smile while doing it.
And it probably won't be.
And speaking of that, that's how I know my wife loves me.
Yeah.
Also, the difference is they'll pretend to understand why you're mad at them. A guy would just be like, yeah, I fucked you over. What's that?
You said your wife loves you. Why?
I don't have a wife.
Not you, with the other guy.
Oh.
Sorry.
The joke was sexual intercourse. That was a joke.
Okay.
Punchline.
Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't a joke because it's based on a true story, but
Likely story.
once or twice upon a time.
On my birthday.
Because marriage.
And kids and all that. Well, I mean,
Well,
I would say
that's how you acquired the in the first place.
I would say I don't agree with MGTOW, but I kind of agree with what they're trying to do. Because for me, I honestly think the system's kind of fucked up, and we're worrying about gay marriage, but straight marriage is also a piece of shit right now anyways.
Well, that's my question, though. What are they really trying to do? They're not really doing anything. They're just complaining. Like who are they presenting this to?
I think MGTOW do have a reasonable goal. They're opting out of a system, and literally by sort of doing a non-involvement protest, they're bringing attention to the system that they're avoiding.
Yeah, that I guess you could argue that. That's probably fair.
And also, they're pointing out to people that there is, because you do have this false choice problem that men are sometimes presented with, that we have to either be lonely and depressed, or we have to put up with women's shit. It's like, and the MGTOW are like, no, there's a third way. You can put the world on your terms, just the way that it appears to MGTOW women do.
Well, shit, I chose be lonely and depressed. Damn it! Had I known there was a third option, I.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a third gender, why can't there be a third option?
That's true.
Well, and also in our culture, up to a certain point, and this is not true anymore, but there was a time when to be considered a full adult, an unmarried man was raised eyebrows, not just because of the gay thing, because it questioned your level of commitment and responsibility in a normal civilized world. Well, MGTOW are saying, no, you don't have to deal with any of that shit if you don't want to. It's the relationship equivalent of going galt. Just taking your balls and go home.
Yeah, but usually when people use that analogy, they're saying you're not very mature, and that's kind of how I feel. But I mean, I would tell them, and I even said it in the video. I said, okay, well, based on all of this, then that's what I was doing before I got married. But I didn't feel the need to label it or say I'm going my own way. That was just me trying to figure out who I am and what makes me happy, and why can't it just be that type of message instead of it immediately going off the deep end and saying, okay, well, women are, what do they say, rotten, and then then some of them start introducing all these videos where they have no idea what they're talking about, where they say something and they don't completely do the research, so they give misinformation. And you can't tell them, well, that's wrong information, because then they rather than saying, well, let me do the research and let me revalidate it and correct myself, they say, well, you're just taking the blue pill, or you're mangina or something like that.
Well,
it's very much. It reminds me of there's plenty of atheists out there, and they're the ones that make me embarrassed to say that I'm an atheist, who are only against religion because they're mad at their parents.
Yeah.
The MGTOW that you're talking about like that, there's a certain segment of them that are just mad at women.
To be quite honest, I think just being mad at their parents is pretty much like Tumblr as a whole.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like let's just do everything that I know they would hate. That way, I can just paint them as some oppressive piece of shit. Meanwhile, I'm just going off the deep end with my ideals.
Like how they only allowed you to watch Star Wars, apparently.
Hey, what's wrong with Star Wars?
Well, it's a classic battle of good and evil, and so my Christian conservative parents, that's the only reason they let us watch it, is because it was good battling evil. And what else did he say?
Yeah, I don't remember that exactly, but that was some radical bites right there.
Yeah, that was full Macintosh right there.
Well, didn't an SJW Susie Park? She just came out and said, "Yeah, these guys are fucking crazy."
Yeah,
Susie
she's
Park
all,
of all people.
She's all
and
reformed or something.
And now that she is, now we can all say that she's extremely attractive.
Yeah.
The person with the name Radical. No, not that would be Susie Park, huh? I was thinking Radical Bites. It's still okay. Never mind. I thought for some reason you said attractive, and I thought you meant Radical Bites.
No, I would never talk about Vincent D'Onofrio's character in Men in Black.
Now, conversely, there are some reasonable MGTOW, like I forgot his name was Stardust. I think he's a reasonable fellow, but he has more than once talked about MGTOW as though it's some sort of elevating political philosophy, and I'm like, look here, asshole, you're just going galt in relationships. It's not a philosophical movement. You're a nice guy, and you're probably smarter than me, but you got your head up your ass.
Well, there's a guy I just saw today. There's a Twitter user named Married MGTOW, and his stuff seems okay. I didn't look through it all the way, but I was just curious to see if it was like, okay, this guy's serious, or is he being legitimate here and sincere, and sounds like it's okay. I mean, I'm not going to read it, but it appears to be okay.
I'm not going to read it. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
No, but that's the thing. A lot of people, when I put my video out, they're like, well, saying this person is MGTOW doesn't necessarily make them this way. But here's the thing: when I used the term MGTOW, I was labeling that person in the way that they personally identify. I wasn't using it as a derogatory term.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that's just the way. I mean, if someone calls themselves a MGTOW, I mean, usually you can just take them at their word. You know, there are some purists out there who are going to have an issue, but that's just the way that always goes.
Right. Not all feminists are not a true feminist or something like that.
Well, it's kind of the inverse of the No True Scotsman. It's basically that person is insufficiently ideologically pure to be considered one of us. So, you know, it's like, no, they're not really MGTOW because they're doing. It was like the people who can't believe MGTOW can't be married. I'm like, well, okay, I understand that. Given the base philosophy, I can understand why that objection is there. But, you know, it's like, okay, or you can't be a MGTOW if you're sleeping with women. I'm like,
well, is that really a fair assessment for them to make? Because they're saying going your own way. Well, what if this guy's way is falling in love with this person and getting married? I mean,
Or
what if that's what he wants?
railing 10,000 women and increasing his probability of an STD.
That's
Well,
right.
STI now.
I remember talking to some MGTOW in the past when I first heard about it because I was, I think I first started listening to Stardust and possibly, I think Sandman originally, and I think I don't know if it was a forum, it might have been a YouTube comment section, but I remember asking like if someone is having sex with women, because I'm not gonna say that it is a biological need to have sex. It's like almost like eating. You can suppress the wants, but it's still a need.
yeah.
You know, but what's the consistency there? You know, like can you still be considered a MGTOW? And a lot of them said yes, you can, but you want to make sure it's on your terms. You don't want to have sex with women without protection. You don't want to rely on them to be using the quote unquote pill. So I guess a lot of them do still believe that you can have sexual relations with women while a MGTOW, but there's still like it's
Well,
an ideology that's pretty varied.
I know some of them believe that just because they were like, in the ones that I chose to put in the video were like, sometimes I have to lower myself to sleep with a woman.
Oh, Jesus.
Because I can't force
terrible.
myself to be gay.
Well, and to be fair to the MGTOW definition, though, I think it's not unreasonable to grant them the rest of the sentence, because what they mean is men going their own way away from conventional society and that's run by women. That I think it's fair to let them cut an acronym. Is that the word I'm looking for here? Because apparently I'm fumbling my words. Had a 404 error in my brain. But basically, I'm willing to grant them that there's a fuller explanation of that without having the term go on for fucking ever, you know. But yeah, that's a reasonable debate, I suppose, that they have. I'm not a MGTOW, and I never will be one because, well, for one thing, I'm fucking married, and the other, I have no trouble. I have no problem dealing with women and the system that generally seems to favor them. I'm aware of it, and I'm perfectly content to, you know, take issue with it piece by piece rather than just sort of, you know, take my balls and go home. But I understand.
All I know is that when I go outside, women will throw themselves at me. That's my reality.
A catapult? Because if they're not doing it by catapult, they're only somewhat enthusiastic.
Yeah, they're doing it wrong then. No, I actually, oh God, there was a guy that said that, and I don't know if you guys ever heard about that, but there was a guy that came and like tried to trash on my video, and I went to his channel, and that was seriously a direct quote from him.
You go outside
because he was trying to refute the belief or the notion that MGTOW are just lonely bitter men, and unattractive, and so he was saying, you know, he said, look at me, take a look at me.
Yeah.
Do I look like a person that has a problem getting laid?
Do you know what I said to that? Yes, but he couldn't hear me.
Yeah, with that whatever he had blaring in the background, we couldn't hear anything.
Well, when was it Sandman that got doxxed? Not Sandman. One of them got doxxed a while back, and
I
they're
think
like,
it was Stardust and
Yeah. Thinking Ape.
yeah, Stardust and Thinking Ape. I think Thinking Ape. Well, that is Stardust. Stardust and shit. I can't remember a friend of his. They both got doxxed. I can't remember
Yeah.
who it was, but yeah.
But they're not ugly looking guys, and that's been like the argument the whole time is just that it's a bunch of guys that can't get laid, but definitely doesn't seem like something that they worry about too much.
I wouldn't imagine so.
Yeah, unfortunately, for some reason or another, this guy took down that video, so it's can't show you the quality comedy.
Oh, that's a shame.
And he kept changing his
Yeah, right now he's Earth Interface AGI, Interstellar Police of the Cosmic Federation of Galaxies.
yes, and his username always has to be that long.
Yeah, the original one was Undisputed God of the Internet, but then he realized when I outsmarted him via comments it wasn't true, so.
So then he became like the undefeated or undefeatable devil of something.
Well, I recently got an argument with an acquaintance of mine. It's in real life, so I'm not gonna like give any proof or anything. I don't want.
Sure.
It's an actual friend. I argue with friends and family all the time. That's why they're friends. But I put up like somebody posted a thing on Facebook saying about the woman that killed herself in the jail cell.
Yeah.
Oh, the Sandra Bland or something?
Yeah.
And
I name to be stuck with. Damn.
I mean, to be fair, she was in Waller County. I would be suicidal if I were.
Too soon.
Well, I just put up like
okay, but I don't think anybody here has actually been there. When I used to live right down the street from there, I used to have to take my cousin there because she went to school there every day, which was a 30-minute drive. It was the worst thing. We went to a party and we had to leave because somebody got in a fight because somebody was from Dallas.
Nice.
That was literally the cause of the fight. Somebody was from Dallas, and therefore that led to a fist fight.
Well, my comment just said, like, it's a shame that we have so little knowledge on depression, ADHD in our country, and we just see it as like a taboo subject, and we really should be working on this because more soldiers in itself has been killed by depression and suicide than actual combat, Yeah. But this lady comes in and she just says, well, ADHD is not a real disorder, and I was just like, it is. It's a medical disorder. We don't understand it fully, but it's still a medical problem. We just don't understand it, and medication is probably not the best way to fix it. Maybe it's just a normal thing for the childhood, but just like we have depression where things in your brain don't fire off correctly, like the endorphins don't fire off as well as they should, so you feel depressed. Same thing can be what's going on with ADHD. You might have a heightened amount of release of endorphins and energy where there shouldn't be some, and that's why you have problems there. So if you believe in depression, there's no reason not to believe in ADHD. And I was just like, we agree with each other. I just feel like, it is a disorder. It just needs to be looked at. You can't just ignore something because you feel medication is not the right way. You should look into like what the actual problem is. That's how science works. You can't just say, oh, it's fake, so let's just ignore all this actual facts and stop giving people medication.
Right.
But, yet, unfortunately, the scientific community does that to this day. And then somebody else finally produces some research, and they say, "Oh, just JK."
Well, the guy that founded ADHD, he even said that he was like they misinterpreted what he meant. He didn't say it was necessarily a problem that we should be like trying to solve. It just said that it is there. Like the founder of ADHD, and this is what they were trying to tell me is like even the founder said it was a fake thing. I was like, no, he didn't say it was a fake thing. He just said it shouldn't be treated with massive amounts of medication, like you're built wrong or you were born with some disease. He just said it's it's a mental thing, like how some women have resting bitch face. You know, just because they look angry or someone looks angry doesn't mean they're actually angry. Just because a kid's hyper doesn't mean he has a problem.
Yeah,
And maybe it's more
Well, that-
psychological
That
than
was like
physical.
that was like the thing that Dennis Leary got in trouble with his book that came out a few years back, because he said that
You mean he copied from
Bill Hicks from Beyond the Grave. He said something along the lines of, like, parents are now looking for any little excuse to find a reason why their kids are behaving the way they are, rather than, taking it as a reflection of their parenting. They want to go to the doctor and get the kid an autism diagnosis.
Yeah. Well, they say ADHD has been more. It seems like more kids are having ADHD, but it's also we have more divorces and more, bad stuff happening to kids at a younger age than ever before. Maybe there's a correlation between two that medication is not the best thing for.
Or maybe
Well, that's
the
the
definition
thing
for
about
diagnosis
that's the
has
problem
gotten
with the
larger.
pharmaceutical industry is that they'll just they have a goal, and their goal is to try to fix something, or so they claim. And so if they were trying to fix one thing but they saw it happen to do something else instead, then they're going to brand it and market it as,
Yeah. Like
this solves that
ED.
problem.
ED
Yeah.
was never a problem. They found a drug that gave guys hard-ons. They're like, oh wait, you guys, you might have ED. You might need to buy these.
No. Don't go there, because ED was an actual problem. And
Oh,
we just gave a cuter name for basically not being able to get it up.
okay.
And I can't. What's really interesting about the erectile dysfunction thing, when it was more prevalent back, I want to say early 1900s, where doctors started to get pardon my pun, get the balls to talk about it. There were dudes, I kid you not, who were trying to make the argument that having a shorter uptime, basically coming sooner, was more natural, because the real purpose of sex was procreation. So the sooner you got to that point, the better.
Oh, wow.
No, and they were dead serious. And this is because erectile dysfunction isn't something new. It's something that's happened, and we just sort of, to some extent, people did a lot of other side effects of aging and other stuff. People just sort of accepted that it was normal. Remember, we didn't used to live this long.
Yeah.
So I'm not necessarily trying to defend the pharmaceutical companies, but I got to say, if nobody bought their shit, then they wouldn't sell it. So we got to take some responsibility for it too, because we keep buying this shit.
That is true.
I can't. Well, I looked up a drug, Mirapex. I had to do a report on a drug, which I got an A on. Thank you guys.
Cool.
But this drug was advertised to treat restless leg syndrome in, I think the early 2000s, and they started treating people with Parkinson's with it. But the problem is that this drug would increase addiction levels in anything. So people would be taking this drug and they'll end up being heroin addicts. People would take this drug, go to Las Vegas for a trip, and then gamble their whole life savings, and then be coming back for more.
Wow.
People have I don't know what it was, but it made things that people aren't inclined to be addicted to normally with their own mental state. They became highly addicted to it and ruined a lot of lives. And I had to pick a drug, and I just kind of looked up the scariest drug side effects, and that was on the top of the list.
Yeah,
But
that's pretty scary.
yeah, and it's really weird because it was supposed to. It was made to treat. It was advertised to treat restless leg syndrome, but for something to mess with your mind, it would have to be specifically designed to do that.
Well, not necessarily. There's a lot of weird side effects for drugs, because anything involving nerves might have.
Well, there's a cerebral barrier that drug has to penetrate before it can do that, and it's very easy to keep drugs from doing that. When you're manufacturing drugs, just like
Yeah, I found
the
that
placenta
difficult to
barrier.
believe. No offense. I'd like to see some research on that, because drugs seem to have these weird side effects that, the unintended consequences frequently enough that if it were that simple, we'd have to. But let me put it this way: I'm more inclined to believe fuck up than malfeasance.
Well, it's just the same way that aspirin doesn't fuck up with your brain. It just lowers makes your blood thinner for the most part, anti-platelet.
Well,
I
that's
can't remember I don't have my textbook anymore, but I'll definitely look it up for you
together
and send it
affects
to you later.
more than others.
Textbooks are for losers anyway. Speaking of which, I need to sell mine.
Well, actually, honestly, I never bought the textbook. I still got to be in the class.
So
I
does
I actually had a class where I did that. It was a class on operating systems, and I never bought the book, and I got to be in the class.
does anybody know anything about this Roosh V?
Yeah, he just popped up on my Twitter.
Okay, so there's this. So I don't know. I'm not gonna say I know anything about him. Only thing I know is apparently he's like one of those pickup artist type dudes. And apparently there was controversy over him going to Canada, and feminists were flipping out.
He's a PUA who feminists frequently cite as an MRA when he openly says he hates MRAs.
Okay, so here's my thing. We're getting. It seems like this is something I saw Gamergate getting into as well, where it's getting to the point where people are jumping to the defense of people that they necessarily wouldn't normally defend simply because feminists are going after them. And I just think that if you need to like scrape the bottom of the barrel to find people to defend, you're kind of getting to a point where it needs to, like, you need to step back and look at it and be like, what am I doing? Because feminism as a whole is already crushing itself. You don't really need to like make a martyr out of this guy and, you know, somebody that you normally probably wouldn't respect very much in the first place. Because here's the thing: if you're going to argue, well, I'm just being objective, and he may not be right all the time, but it's not right for feminists to try to silence him. Okay, well that's all fair and well and good, but turn around and say one positive thing about someone like Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn, and these people will be all the fuck over you like, you know, hobos to steaks.
Yeah,
I can say some other stuff about
Or a movie about the stakes.
So they're not being objective. They're being, you know, they're defending this guy only because they hate feminism, and it's somebody to latch onto to spread their narrative, which is just as bad in my view.
I'm sorry, when you said unlikely, or people that they weren't likely to support, all I thought of was that Dragon Ball Z episode, Unlikely Alliance, where Goku and Piccolo team up.
I would have brought up the title card if I had the chance, but I was ill prepared for this stream. Damnation.
Well, yeah, you know, somebody else had to find your MGTOW title card.
I will be the first to tell you, Anita definitely is smart enough.
Well, she's snaky. She was
able to con a lot of people and still con.
She's liquid snaky.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I switched my majors, so I'm not a business major anymore. But I definitely see like a lot of the tactics she does, like making her company a nonprofit, so she doesn't have to pay taxes or have to worry about getting thrown in prison for tax evasion. And was that like 4 years after she got the $160,000? So clearly makes a lot of sense what she's doing. She's just looking for the most amount of money with the least amount of work.
And it definitely doesn't take any work to make baseless claims about video games.
And I mean, if you're going to live in San Francisco, you might as well do that. I mean, there's thousands of people there doing the same thing.
So I disagree with what she's doing, but she's not doing it wrong. She's doing something right.
Yeah, she's got a good plan of action going on. I'll give her that.
But like, there's a few things where I'm just like, yeah, she's like, I had to double think that for a couple times because of some of her actions, just blatantly like saying stupid things on Twitter.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of getting sick of the whole, I'm being objective and this is all logic and reason and there's no ulterior motives or bias here, but it's a load of shit, because if you say one positive thing against, like if you say one positive thing against somebody they're against, well, they demonize you just as quick. Oh, you're just a social justice warrior too.
And that's kind of the feel I got from the from when I defended Sarah Palin for just saying that she's not a moron.
Oh, exactly. That's what pissed me off about that whole.
Ideas.
That's what just pissed me off about that whole exchange. He's like, "Don't play the SJW card." It's like, really? Who's the person that first said, "Oh, I can't listen to this anymore because you said this," or "You have to redeem yourself before I sub to you"? Well, let me roll out the red carpet.
Don't let the door hit you.
Sorry, red is the color of communism, and we don't support that around here.
Yeah.
Or do we?
Go loot those lug nuts.
It's like, I think you misunderstand how my feelings about subscribers. I want people that are entertained. I really don't care if they agree with me or not.
Yeah, blind agreement is boring. I mean, how often can you really preach to the choir?
I'll be the first one to argue with you, but I'm not gonna say you're a dumbass for. Like, I might say like what you said was dumb, but.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fair. When people say I've said something stupid, I'll own up to that. I say stupid shit all the time, but you know, I'll at least grant me that I'm not a moron. But I may have some opinions you disagree with. That I'm fine with. I'm totally cool. That was the other guy, not the Andrew guy, but the other guy that was.
Yeah, the other guy was stupid too.
Okay.
I guess they both. As far as I'm concerned, they're both retards because they told me to fuck off, and
yeah, that was.
That's where I just drop all respect, because he is saying like, oh, you should be more skeptical and a critical thinker. But where's his skepticism and critical thinking when he's holding them when he's holding the majority opinion? The majority opinion is Sarah Palin is an idiot.
And it's an easy opinion to hold because, let's face it, it's, the internet is generally not a Republican-friendly place. So it's very easy to say, well, anyone who holds those views is an idiot. That's the easy stance. Congratulations.
And that's exactly why the quote-unquote comedians of today, that's their entire routine of, this person's right-wing. Oh, man, top-tier Dane Cook caliber comedy.
I'll be perfectly honest and say that I don't know enough about her politics. Like, I don't follow it, so I don't know everything. But I'm just talking about the ideas in general behind the scenario. Yeah. So if he wants to talk about critical thinking and trying to be objective, and for the purpose of getting to the bottom of it, playing devil's advocate on some level, that's just kind of what I like to do. I don't necessarily want to go along with the grain right away. Plus, it's more interesting to present another possibility or idea. It's what brings more discussion to the table. If everybody just sits in a circle and says, yeah, she's an idiot, jerk, well, the conversation's over.
Yeah, and to your original point, how we got into this was that defending Roosh V does not necessarily help us against feminism, because all it does at this point, particularly if you are an MRA or even sympathizing, you just put out there, oh, hey, this person defends Roosh V, so maybe he really is part of the MRM. Oh, great job, guys! Thanks, assholes. Because Roosh V is kind of a douche nozzle.
Yeah, from what the little bit I read, I gathered that, but without knowing a lot more, I didn't want to jump to a knee-jerk reaction on that.
Yeah. One thing I did see though, that apparently somebody doxed him, and I'm like, okay, that's even I think he's a douche nozzle, but that's uncool.
Yeah, that's too far. I think all of that is too far. Like, honestly, when there's a whole, I don't know if the Tumblr page is still going, but there's a whole page dedicated to getting people that make racist, quote-unquote racist comments fired from their job.
Oh,
and boy. I just don't think it's, you could disagree with them, call them ignorant, call them stupid, which they probably are if they're actually racist, but it's not productive.
No.
It's basically you just getting back at them because they hurt your feelings. But it's somebody you don't even know, you'll never have contact with, and you know what? As wrong as their worldview may be, as long as they're not actually out there harming people physically,
yeah,
let them say whatever they're gonna say.
I just looked at that website, and now it's not even getting. Now it's no longer even at the point where it's just like, hey, somebody said something that was blatantly racist. Now it's like, oh, well, this training officer says he trains to shoot people first and ask questions later. So clearly he must be a racist because he's going to shoot black people first.
I'd
What
like
if
to
it's getting
know.
all people first? I mean, come on, that's not good either.
I saw a video the other day. Goodfella.
Uh-huh.
He did one about the whole police Black Lives Matter thing and police brutality and the statistics and all that, and it actually shows that. I mean, I don't know if these were absolutely accurate, but he did cite his sources and stuff.
Yeah.
It did show that technically more white people are shot and killed by the police than blacks.
Yeah.
So the thing is, if we're gonna do this whole, too much police brutality, militarization or whatever the hell the word is, because I'm losing my train of thought. Shouldn't we all be coming at it from the citizens are tired of this, not just simply like the black community or the Hispanic community or whatever? Shouldn't it just be all the people standing together and this is
Yeah,
not
yeah.
acceptable?
Well,
Of course.
And if you want to get to the talk about, particularly in the militarization of the police, I hate to say it, the Black Lives Matter crowd are late to the party. There's a certain wing of the libertarians that have been after this for the last 5 years at least, because it's like, why is all this military equipment going to the police forces? Why do they have fucking tanks?
Why do they need MRAPs? You know what MRAPs are for? They're explicitly designed to be in a V shape on the bottom. So if a bomb goes off underneath it, like an IED, it doesn't go through the vehicle; it goes around the sides. The problem with the MRAPs is they're really long because of this. They're really high, not long, but high.
Right.
So they're easily tipped over. So for stuff like streets and roads, they're very unreliable, just like driving a Jeep on a freeway. It's not meant for that sort of. It's not meant for urban warfare, is the point. It's meant for guerrilla warfare. So just even police having these on the streets is just stupid and idiotic. I don't know why we're giving it to them.
Yeah, it's not like people are
I
hanging
will-
out
I'll
in
tell you-
trees or something.
Yeah.
I'll say this in their defense: the day will come, because it's not like it's never happened before that there's been a movement here where people have tried to use bombs against the police. It's not like it's never happened here. It just doesn't happen very often, and it hasn't in a long time. But I guarantee you, that day will come again. So I can't say I blame them for thinking that. I'm not saying it's a good idea or something they should do, but I can understand why they're thinking, might be good to have a few of these. Again, it's not a good idea, but I understand why they're thinking it.
I also really doubt the police officers are being trained on how to use these. I'm just waiting for the time that they just roll out an MRAP, flip it, and the gunner gets split in half.
It might be a case where they just do this for the SWAT teams. Now that I could follow. Yeah. That would make sense.
But there's really no point in if you're talking about like trying to break up a riot, I don't see the point in giving these to police officers, because this isn't for like riot control. Isn't like
No.
I guess there's SWAT, but isn't that supposed to be the responsibility, like civil outcry? Isn't that supposed to be what the National Guard and Reservists is for?
Yes and no. The thing is, the National Guard has to be called out by the governor. If the city has a problem, they have to wait on the governor. And as you can imagine, from the whole Katrina mess, that can get ugly in a hurry. Because that waiting around and hand wringing can cause delays that cost lives.
Well, I know a lot of active duty soldiers that responded to Katrina. Like as my unit got special awards just for Katrina. This is before I was in, though.
I was gonna say, where were they when I was there? Because
This was Fort Polk.
Thing when I was there.
This was Fort Polk because I knew a bunch of soldiers that were in the unit when Katrina happened. They were deployed. Not a whole lot of them, but some of them definitely were.
It was mostly Coast Guard when I was there that were there.
It may also depend on where you're at.
Yeah. I think Fort Polk was just Fort Polk helps out the community a lot, as far as I know of. The community loves Fort Polk. Every time
it's one of the bigger ones. So.
Yeah. But I don't know about other communities because I only stayed at Fort Polk. I wasn't able to go to Fort Hood or how the bigger bases respond to other areas. Yeah. So I don't know much about that because I only was at Fort Polk and the town loved us.
I
the
haven't
town.
seen for Fort Hood. I haven't seen them respond. Maybe they respond in Colleen, but they don't go any further than that. I haven't seen them do anything when stuff happens in Houston or anything like that. It's Coast Guard, and like I said, when I was in New Orleans during Katrina, it was almost all Coast Guard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have a
I'm
lot.
not saying that there was a lot. I'm just saying at least a few I know of
Yeah.
responded.
Well, and I think also the other thing is the governor's discretion may have a lot to do with that. And let's be honest, that if you're going to call in outside forces, the Coast Guard is a lot less controversial than the National Guard or the Army, what have you. But because there are some people that will immediately cry fascism as soon as a soldier shows up, but the Coast Guard is not as big a deal for some reason.
Well,
Never
remember
mind, the Coast
there
Guard
was
is some
already
badasses anyhow, so
criticism.
that's a whole different matter.
Well, remember there was already criticism when it happened that they didn't do anything, and it was too. And when they did, it was too little, too late because
Well, yeah, there's no fucking winning. I mean,
it,
it didn't matter what they did.
they basically assumed that it was like the year before where they said, oh well, they said there's going to be a big hurricane and it missed us, so we're not going to put a lot of time and resources into this, even though they're saying it's coming because it could miss, and it didn't miss, and so a lot of people were in trouble. But
Oh, you know what? I think I'm. Wait, hold on. I might be wrong. Hold on. It might have been the levees itself.
well,
but-
yeah, that's because the Army Corps of Engineers built the levees. They engineered
Yeah.
it. So
I might be thinking of just the levees. But yeah, I hold up the fact I could be wrong about that because it was before my time, before I was there.
well, they
Yeah.
have they had there's some military presence. I can't remember where. I know there's NOAA in the New Orleans East, and I think there's some other installation nearby, and so they probably help there too because it's not a very big one in New Orleans. It's just it's like those naval air supply stations.
Yeah, I've been to the Naval Air Station, or two of them in Texas. I was like, when somebody said naval, I'm like, wait, what? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you understand. I mean, we're not talking about like in Texas near the coast. I'm talking Texas up near Oklahoma, and I'm just going, wait, what? You know. But then I get it, but it took me a second to go, naval what?
Tiki's a.
So
I don't know if you know. Tiki's a veteran, right?
Tiki, I think yes, Tiki's has been in. Yeah, I don't think she's still in. I forget. I don't want to speak for her on that, but I can't remember. There's a lot of love between the years here.
I was just looking at this, the Getting Racist Fired page since you linked it, and apparently, remember the whole Leela Alcorn situation, the trans person that committed suicide.
Oh, I think I might remember a little bit about that.
Well, there was this. Somebody started the Leela Project, and they got all these donations, and sure enough, $11,000 has been donated, and nobody is seeing anything that was promised. So now they've got a criminal complaint filed.
Well,
that's why you don't
man.
blindly throw your money at every social issue.
Well, I have some cousins. I have a big family, and a lot of them live. Like, I have family that live on the East Coast and the West Coast, on both sides of my family. So I have a really big family, like even on my mom and father's side. But every week there has been like a GoFundMe page that my cousin has put up to get me back home, sort of thing.
Really?
And at first I thought she was just like spamming it because nobody would donate. But no, like people gave her money and she would go home, and then a week later she would leave again, and then ask for money again. She
And
can't
it
get
actually
back.
works?
Yeah. Well,
Who's doing this? Like, where does all this disposable income come from? And why can't I have some?
And it's my it's my cousin. It's always like a couple $100 to get like Greyhound back home. I think it's usually like within family, so I don't really like want to like get the law into it because it's usually just family that see it and stuff. But I'm just like, this is dumb. And now like her parents are like putting up money to get a down payment for a car, and I like was looking at it, and her sister had one up for like $2,000, and her mom had one up for $3,000. And
Are these people that are like, I mean, not to pry too deeply into your family life, but are they like generally well off, or at least of average income?
oh God, no.
Oh,
No,
okay.
well, I'm not gonna say. Well, I honestly don't know because they don't. I've only seen them a couple times, and both those couple times were kind of recently, but they don't seem like the brightest people
Okay.
in the world.
Well, I guess they're using what resources they have. Then I mean,
Yeah, and I'm like almost want to like just talk them, sit them down, and say, hey, you know, if you do get money for this, like I don't know the laws too well, but I'm fairly
yeah, I'm
certain.
not sure. I think after a certain amount, isn't it like taxable or something?
Yeah, after
Yeah.
$600, you have to. Well, you have to report it anyway. You're supposed to, but after 600, yes, you definitely have to report it.
I mean, I'm not necessarily faulting people totally because I understand what it's like to, to be hurting for money and to not have anywhere else to turn and to worry, oh, am I going to be able to make rent? Am I going to be able to make my electricity and all that? But, I mean, there's a clear point where people are just, like, taking advantage of it, especially on the internet, especially when it comes to all these people that are like, well, donate to my Kickstarter because I had an idea. Well, I've had hundreds of ideas, and we can't always get our ideas funded.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
otherwise there would be a whole lot more sex bots in the world if it were up to me.
Oh, for
I'm just
sure.
saying.
I'd go make
Maintenance girl
that
needs
then.
downtime occasionally.
Hashtag artificial womb.
But
I don't know about the womb part. I just want the part that's attached to it.
I just want the pleasure center.
Thank you.
Okay, well, hashtag pleasure center then.
Woohoo!
We'll adjust.
But I think my problem was the red flag for me with my family thing. That they said that their mother was sick and they need a car to help go to the hospital and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know for sure if she is or isn't. I know she's older, so I don't want to be like, yeah, she's faking it, because she could be, but I don't know if this is completely factual. And I feel like telling them, hey, if you make a lot of money off of this and people find out that you are lying, you can go to prison.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Like you can like end up in worse trouble than you really are. Like right now, I joined the army to get the GI Bill. Now I'm going to school. I recently switched my major, but I should still be done with my education within the time that my GI Bill allows, as long as I don't go too stupid on this. But I'll be making a decent amount of money. But I really think that there's this sort of slacking it sort of thing that people are trying to like get away with. Kind of like this new age con man.
Well, I guess most people are of the mindset that if you can get free money, you might as well go for it.
Yeah. But like a lot of my family members, they're usually, and like a lot of the women in my family are usually pregnant by the time they reach 18 as well. So.
You are also a redneck?
Yeah.
All right.
At least partly.
I know how that is.
Yeah, those
People
days
think I'm a red
those
robot
days are
because it
done
has
in my
something to do-
family.
Well-
because it has something to do with communism. No, it's just short for redneck robot.
Well, I have a really big family. I have 9 uncles and aunts.
Wow.
So I have a really big family, and I think at least all my cousins have kids at this point. I think there's me and a couple other cousins that don't have kids. I think all my female cousins have kids except for one, but she's not of the heterosexual normative.
Okay.
I'm just over here imagining redneck robot being made out of like old trash cans and tires and
Well,
And
you've
Have
seen my new
NASCAR
icon,
stickers.
right? I mean, you can see it now. The new
Yeah.
icon. Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually made up of bits and pieces of some of my favorite robots from anime and other fiction, except for that sort of chin guard thing at the front. That's from Man at Arms from He-Man.
Are you an Evangelion fan?
Yes and no. I liked it until it got pretentious, which is pretty fast, unfortunately.
Sounds like Xenogears.
Well, it got really brutal. It almost got too brutal for me.
Xenogears got pretentious after, what, 2 hours of play?
I mean, sometimes pretentious I can handle. It's just I guess there's a certain amount of up your how far up your ass we're going here, folks. But I don't know.
Well, anytime I talk to hipsters, that they go too far right out of the gate. Like when somebody introduces themselves and they say they have to specify that they live in downtown whatever city they live in, you know that you can immediately end the conversation at that point.
You might be a hipster if you have to preface that you live downtown. Although, having lived in DFW, that maybe I can. If you say you live in downtown Dallas, I can kind of sympathize because that can get.
Well, what a coincidence! She said she lived in downtown Dallas.
Because there's downtown Dallas, and then there's downtown Dallas. If you live in the Arts District, that doesn't count. But if you live in MLK, that's a whole different story. That's a different.
Well, somehow I doubt she lives in MLK. She probably lives somewhere right by American Airlines Arena or something like that, in one of those new condos.
That's the Arts District.
Or maybe Highland Park, or University Park, which isn't even in Dallas. It's its own suburb.
What the hell? That is not downtown. Kiss my ass, hipster.
Well, what's funny is a lot of these SAWs remind me of those really expensive places that they you'd see on Nightmare Kitchen, or Kitchen Nightmare, where he's trying to keep these people that live in these ritzy areas, and he's going, your food is crap. That's why you're not making food, and they won't listen to him. I forget what, the Amy's Baking Company for one.
Oh God.
And there was another one. This lady, I think she was in Seattle. Might have been St. Louis, but she literally wasn't Amy's Baking Company. It was another lady. She literally took $100,000 from this guy to start his business, and he literally has no say in the business at all. And Gordon Ramsay's just you are the majority investor in this company. You need to get her to just stop. Because she was an artsy person. She was an art critic or something like that. And she decided to make a restaurant just out of the blue and take this guy's money for it. And she knows nothing about food, but she still has to be the person to make the recipes. She has to do the recipes and everything. And it's just you can't cook, lady. You need to let your staff worry about the recipes, and you manage everything else. But I usually, with the really bad ones like that, if I check it out, I'm oh man, that's bad. I usually look it up on Google, and more times than not, they're closed down.
Yeah, unfortunately, poor Gordon Ramsay, his success rate isn't that good because most of these people are really stupid. But it makes for great TV.
Even some of the nicer ones I saw that were completely turned their stuff around, they still closed down, man.
Well, I will say the restaurant business is very hard. Most of them fail. I think it's 60-70%.
I think it was 97, maybe 97 or 70%. I can't remember. I know there's a 7 in there somewhere.
I want to say it's 70%. Yeah, fail within the first 2 years. Something like that. It's a very most successful restaurateurs have done it a couple of times at least. To keep trying because that's just the way it goes. I mean, that's why franchisers are so popular. It's I can't knock someone for going with the franchise because that's a formula that everybody knows works. As long as you don't fuck it up or don't put it in a place that's completely moronic, you've got money in the bank. And if you're trying to eat and this is what you do for a living, as in you want to keep a roof over your head, I can't really fault someone who goes with a franchise.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with with a franchise, you have a lot of control. The only thing you don't control in a franchise is prices. So you can still control quality. I don't know why people still see there's a stigma there.
Well,
yeah.
hipsters see it as a stigma because they then say it's homogenized, but then they'll say, but then you have these startup hipsters that are like, oh well, I just can't go to Starbucks, I have to go to Phil's, and it's like, well, you know, Phil's is franchise, right?
That's good, Pete's.
It's like
Well,
that's
hipsters
like
think
I went
everything's
to
a stigma.
a place here in my hometown, and I was talking to someone else about it. It's like, oh yeah, there's one of those in my hometown. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it was a franchise because I'd never seen one before, so I just assumed it was an individual thing.
Is that what people like In-N-Out? Because In-N-Out is like really against franchising for some stupid reason.
Yeah,
Yeah, they well, the reason In-N-Out is very big on quality, and so that's I think they like them because the premise is that if you go to one In-N-Out, it won't be any different than the other from a quality standpoint. Like you can go to other restaurants and you can say, well, like this, like if you go to that location, it's not very good, but if you go to this location, it's good. So that's more of a quality thing for them.
it's like that
Makes
old gag, you know. It's like we yeah, in the apocalypse we need to build 2 Denny's so we can go. No, let's go to the good one. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, let's not go to the Denny's where people that impregnate 3 different women
I've
and
told
have
you,
the audacity to talk about black people.
I told you guys my Denny story, right?
Yeah,
Like,
the one where you ran and threw up or something.
yeah, I've been to 2 Denny's in Vallejo, and both times I got sick. Like,
Yeah.
food
There's
poisoning.
probably
sick.
something to that. So.
Well, that's probably because you went to Vallejo.
Yeah. There's 2 of them in Vallejo, and both of them have managed to get me almost hospital-like ill. I don't
Oh,
like
no.
going to the hospital, but it was to the point where I was gonna dehydrate if I didn't get better. I could automatically tell.
No, it's pretty serious when you get sick from food. I had salmonella last year and it got into my bloodstream, so I was in the hospital for like a week, pretty much almost died, and then I had to go home for a couple of weeks with this IV like in my arm, and I had to inject myself with the medication every day, so that was fun.
Oh Jesus, that's terrible.
Yeah, and I never found out what the source of it was. Like, I tried to figure it out, but the only food that I had that I thought was the source, they tested it and it wasn't the problem.
So they did test it before they released it.
That's right, but it was of no help to me because I could have had a nice little lawsuit.
Oh.
Then you would have been living. Then you would have had that white privilege.
That's right. My wallet would have refilled itself at the end of the day.
I need to see. I'm going to contend that rednecks don't have white privilege in the same way that everyone else does. Because if you look at us and you hang out with us for a while, you're going to be like, who the fuck are these assholes? And what privilege? I mean, you just spend some time at a swap meet or a flea market in some podunk town, and you'll be like, privilege where? These fuckers are poor, dirty, and stupid.
If they live in a podunk town, then there's probably some mansion with some crazy scientist that can take them to worlds of other people's creations. So that sounds like privilege to me.
Oh, okay. I'll go with that. That reminds me of a book that I recommend. It was a fun read, if nothing else. It was Thomas Sowell's. Oh God, what was it? It was something about basically comparing the roots of redneck culture with the roots of black culture, and going where the God, I can't remember what the fuck it's called now. Damn it! Oh well, so much for my book recommendation.
I don't need to read that book because I see a lot of the similarities. Just
Okay, good.
looking at both of the cultures, like I can go and look at my family, and then I can go to a redneck family. And I can say it's the art form is different, but the science is exactly the same.
Well, people think that like you see like the poor black guys, and they assume that redneck doesn't mean you're not poor, but it definitely does. There's definitely like there may be some disadvantages, but it definitely seems pretty equal. It's just rednecks tend to be more boisterous, it seems like.
I I did find the book. It's Black Rednecks and White Liberals, Thomas Sowell. It's a fun read. If
One of
nothing
these
else.
things is not like the other.
Well, part of his point is how much they sort of converge in weird ways, but it's pretty fun. I remember somebody I talked to in Reddit who said, I don't know if it's true, but if this stigmatizes the weird shit that some people are up to, I'm all for it. I'm like, okay then.
I'm actually kind of curious if this book has reviews that call it racist or something.
Oh, I can guarantee you.
Problematic.
Problematic, that's right.
Like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like my family's probably one of the poorest families that isn't homeless, majority-wise, in the U.S.
I hear you on that one.
Because anybody go on that subreddit, not subreddit, but the hashtag something poor.
Oh, it's like
being
growing up poor or something?
This girl, she posts, this black girl posts, when your mom turns off the AC in the middle of the day because they're trying to save money on the electrical, and I'm like, bitch, I didn't have AC.
Yeah, right. and I would question whether that really helps all that much either, because then when you turn it back on, it takes more to get it cooled down again.
It doesn't, because I did that when I finally had my own apartment with air conditioning, and it didn't. I still paid an arm and a leg. The funny thing is, I paid more for my electric bill in an apartment, 600 square feet, than I do for my house.
Yeah, I think there's something in certain apartments. I think there's something up with that, because I remember paying like $40 a month in my old apartment, and then in comparison to like 100 something, it's way out of proportion, and it's not like there's that much more electricity use.
Well, there's also like one of the things that wanted me to stay in the army was because we always had AC in our barracks. Like if the AC stopped working in your barracks, it was like a Category 1 problem. Like it was one of the major problems that they needed to get fixed. Unless you're in Fort Polk, and then you'd be without hot showers for a month in the winter, and they'll be like, we'll fix it when we can.
That sounds
Like
pretty
hot
awful.
showers, who cares about that? Just turn on the cold water. It'll be 80 degrees anyway. And
Oh man, that was the worst summer of my military career. Because even in Afghanistan, I had hot showers. Because at least like you take one of the bottled waters, and it'll still be warm.
that reminds me, though, of having to boil your water to have a hot bath. That's something I remember doing growing up. To actually be able to take hot baths, we had to boil water.
Well, my friend one time, he bought a solar water heater, or a solar heated shower. Essentially, what it was a black bag. It literally was just a black bag, but you just hang it up in the middle of the day, and by the time night comes, when it's cool and time to take a shower, the water will still be pretty hot because the bag was black, so it heated the water really nice.
That's funny.
That's something you need to you need to make a standard with soldiers. Just trust me, it starts sounding really bad.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing that I miss about being in my hometown is it's 70 degrees up there right now, and for it to be 70 degrees down here, that's a cold front.
It was pretty hot here today during the day anyway. I mean, for me, I guess I probably can't really talk until I've lived through some of that heat.
Yeah, that triple-digit temperatures.
Yeah, that's one of the things I don't miss about living in Texas is that triple-digit weather in the summer is barely even newsworthy. It's like it's expected. You get 3 digits here where I'm living now, and it's like the world is suddenly on fire. Everyone's panicking, running around like the apocalypse has come.
Yeah,
Like,
when I was born, because it was barely the beginning of spring, they were freaking out because it was 94 degrees when I was born, and like mid-March, they were saying it was a heat wave. It was like 2 days.
well, that's what happens when your delivery doctor is Satan himself.
Well, I thought mine was Jewish, but
Oh well,
maybe I have to reinvestigate there.
Mine was too. So I think there's a poll conspiracy going on here somewhere.
I was about to say, being in Jew York, it would only make sense.
They sent my family home with a free bag of bagels.
All right, I love bagels.
I know, right?
We're
Well,
not
no,
anti-Semites here.
according to my mom, my delivery doctor was happy.
Goddamn much.
He was happy because he got to go out of the. He didn't have to be in the synagogue, so he was happy to deliver me, which doesn't make sense because they're not supposed to be working, but because it's Sabbath. But I don't know how he worked that out.
Well, one would hope that God would make exception for delivering babies. I mean,
Well,
right. I mean, he did kind of ship the soul, so.
If you would think that, but I've heard them say that they like I've read in my alma mater. I've looked at various graduation profiles, and there was a whole family of Jewish graduates that would not go to their graduation because it was on a Sunday, and they said they weren't supposed to do that, and so. Now I'm starting to say, okay, well, the way I understood it, you couldn't do work, like you couldn't work on a field, you couldn't do the agrarian stuff. But I don't see how walking the stage is work. But that.
You guys ever watch Bullshit? Penn and Teller's Bullshit.
That's a great show.
They had an episode. I think it was the Holier Than Thou episode. They're going by like all these. Rabbis, I don't even think they were rabbis. I think it was just like a sect of Judaism where these people couldn't handle like electronics and stuff like that. But they would find stuff like the automatic phone clicker is like $200 for this thing to like. So instead of just pushing the buttons on the phone, like on the Sabbath, you can just like use a stick to push it. So it's not you pushing. They're trying to like find all these like
Loopholes.
religious loopholes. In the text, it's like, dude, you're still doing it. Like they took the work, not work, quote unquote, to an extreme. I think even like showers and stuff, and they weren't allowed to use certain electricity, so they had like all these loopholes. I'm gonna have to look it up because I watched all the episodes recently. But yeah, it was definitely a weird like. What's the point of even having this rule then? And clearly, you were saying that the rule is obsolete if there's loopholes. Like
I mean, the whole purpose of it was to avoid a culture where everybody they're constantly working. Like basically what corporate America is today, where everybody is always on the clock. They never have time off, and when they take vacation, they don't take vacation. That was the whole reason for it, but. Of course, and there's even parts of the Bible where they actually criticize that, and they say, you're just taking it to this extreme because rather than actually trying to understand the whole purpose of it, you'd rather just say, oh well, it says this, and I'm not gonna figure out what the meaning of it is. I'm just going to say, well, it says this, and so I'm just going to assume that whatever's convenient for me at the time.
Yeah, you think if this Bible thing was so infallible, there's all these continuity errors with like today's world that clearly wasn't thought of.
Well, even more than that, there's this sense that I think people who adhere to principle, I respect that if they understand that they're adhering to the spirit of the principle as much as they are the letter of it, because the letter can get stupid. There's just no getting around it.
Yeah.
I mean, that I understand people who don't eat pork. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You know, technologically it doesn't make sense. But if that's scripture that you're going to follow, fine. But don't be an asshat about it, and certainly don't try and dodge it. But I had an uncle who was Muslim, and we had to reassure him carefully that yes, the turkey bacon is not actually pork. That we weren't trying to have one. No, because he thought for a minute we were trying to have one at his expense because we didn't respect his religion. We're like, no, it's really made of turkey. It just tastes like bacon. And,
Which is, I've never tasted turkey bacon that does, but that was actually a conversation.
It's as close as he was going to get. I'll put it that way.
That was actually a conversation I overheard people have. So spoilers. I am different from probably the three of you in that particular area, and that in that particular area of my beliefs. So I'll get that out of the way. But I listened to some people that were that I knew were not, and they were trying to explain that Christians have a restricted diet, and I kept trying to ask them where they got that from, because they don't, and I've read enough times to know that it's basically exactly what you said. If you feel that you have that principle where you don't want to eat pork, then don't do it. But in fact, the whole reason that they wrote that particular letter or that book of the Bible was because at the time there were people getting upset because they were saying, oh well, to make the analog today, it would be like somebody getting mad at me saying, well, you're hanging out with all of these atheists and they're making this food or something, and that's that's supposed to mean this to them, and so you're doing something wrong. And the whole point of that letter was to say, if I don't have the same principle you have, so if that's the way that they feel, that's the way they feel. I don't feel that way, so it's not going to bother me if they say, well, come sit with me and come have dinner with us, and they give me something. It's okay for me to eat it because I feel okay with it. Whereas the people that were getting mad were saying, well, because we feel this way, everybody should feel that way. And he was saying, no, if you don't want to eat that, then you don't eat it. But then at the same time, you need to stick to that principle. You can't go and say, well, I'll do it here, but I won't do it here. And I would be curious to see how well that went over at the time. But these people that I was actually having dinner with kept saying that there was some restriction. I kept trying to figure out where they got that from, because I said that's nothing.
Well,
there's no evidence.
I know the Bible says something about shellfish,
Well,
but I think that was like the Old Testament.
Yeah, what they're referencing is in the Old Testament there are some restrictions, and they're very similar because they share the same books with the Jewish restrictions on the diet. But in the New Testament specifically, those things were removed, and a lot of other things were removed from the covenant, because the New Testament essentially preaches that this new covenant replaces the old. So the old restrictions, of which there are legion, no longer applies. But unfortunately, it's very selectively taken in, and it's one of those things with principle. Like, for instance, when the whole thing of working on Sunday, I can understand violating the principle if, say, a baby needs to be born and you're the only doctor. God will understand, Yeah. But I mean, if you're just violating it for your own selfish interest, that's a different story.
Right,
Well,
and
that's times where you can't.
that's one of the things that they actually talk about. And that's what they talk about in the New Testament, because somebody goes and people were getting mad at Jesus because they were saying, well, you're working. And he was basically saying, the Sabbath wasn't just this thing where nobody can do anything. It wasn't designed, humans aren't there so that they can not do anything on Sunday. The rest period is for people to actually rest. It's not so that we have something where we just don't do anything, and that still doesn't go over very, very well. But the whole point of that was to say, if somebody is having a child or they need help, some kind of medical assistance, help them. Don't
you would
say, well,
think that would be grounds for a little bit of lenience.
Yeah, certainly, particularly in anything even vaguely resembling humanitarian efforts would be, if someone needs help, putting up their shelter, you might want to fucking work on a Sunday. But,
And yeah, even if not, even so, like you became a doctor, you know what came with it, even with your religion. There's gonna be times where you're gonna be called in for emergency, even as a doctor. Like I joined the army, I was religious when I joined. I became religious after I got out. I became unreligious after I came out. I don't consider it losing my faith. I just consider it. I got really curious about things and I looked it up, and I found other things more believable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. So I joined the army knowing that I'm gonna have to work on Sundays. I'm gonna have to work on the Sabbath for sure. So what is something I decided to do, and I even talked to my friends about it at the time, and looked it up in the Bible and just pretty much tried to find the best way to do it. And at no point me having to do like staff duty or something on Sunday was I ticked off that I wasn't able to go to church because of this, because I had an agreement. I had a pact with myself to do this. So if it was that much of a problem, I shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Yeah, that's
right, and that's at least from what I've seen, that's exactly the approach that I see a lot of people take. They don't get worked up over that, because it's not supposed to be about Sunday. It's just supposed to be about taking the time to rest. So
The
there are
graduations,
places.
though, you could definitely change graduations, I believe. I believe people would have a right to protest having a graduation on a certain religious state.
Well, I think that's where we get the fuzzy line, and that shouldn't be as fuzzy, about the difference between having a principle and making a reasonable compromise with that principle, but still adhering to the spirit, and then just being a hypocrite and violating it just for no good reason.
Well,
just make
I have
graduations on Mondays.
I have a
Everybody's Mondays
controversial
anyways.
opinion about a lot of that anyway. Like a lot of the people who say that or act like that, I honestly believe they're atheists. So I believe a lot of those people who are like, well, we're doing this because God says so, or it's in the Bible. I believe they're all atheists. And my default position is anybody I meet in the church, I assume automatically is. They have to tell me something to make me think otherwise, because one, I feel like you're supposed to have that position anyway, based on what the Bible says. So not looking at it in a bad way, just looking at it as you don't know what somebody is, so you shouldn't assume that there's something, and so you should automatically assume that they just don't believe anything unless they tell you. That's the first thing. But then the other thing is that a lot of people say things, but but they just say it, and it's like, well, but did you actually read anything? Like, did you look up sources that you can cite before you actually make these claims? And the answer is usually no, they didn't. Or if they say something, it's totally wrong.
I was going to say, ironically enough, I noticed that some of the most, well, I don't want to say, it doesn't make sense, non-religious people that I know, they are, totally against the whole church, God, whatever, and yet they'll be for things like, oh, it's Sunday, no work. But it's like, well, the reason for that, right?
Yeah. Well, and myself as an atheist, there was, in one of the last jobs I worked in particular, there was a lot of people who didn't want to work Sundays because they were religious, and I'm like, look, if you're making schedules, dude, feel free to put me in place of those people, because I don't care. But it matters to them. I'm all for it, because
I've told my workplaces.
I have reasonable respect for people who do. If that's a part of your life, then knock yourself out and make use of people like me who don't care.
See, and that's actually, like, that's a position I can really respect, because oftentimes, at least on the internet, I notice that people will go out of their way. They'll say all they want, oh, well, I'm an atheist and I believe that people can believe what they want to believe, but the second somebody says they believe, they go out of their way to make a comment, oh, fuck your fairy tale and all this shit. And it's like, wait a second, what happened to that whole respect thing we were just talking about?
Where did your tolerance go?
And I'm not, this is not a blanket condemnation of atheism. This is not.
Oh, go ahead. Both of us
No.
are assholes.
I'm just saying because you know whenever that you throw a label out there, people will take what you say as a blanket condemnation because as we all know, people are not people. They're not individuals. They're just collective labels, and we put them into boxes, and that's where they belong.
If you don't explicitly say, I don't mean everybody, they're going to take it as you mean everybody.
And I'm kind of like, and even if you explicitly say it, they're still going to accuse you of it.
Yeah,
and
I'm almost a universal quantifier.
Yeah, like I'm pretty much at the point where in general I'm beyond that, and I'll just fucking say it because you know that somebody out there is going to disagree with you, and they're going to try to find a way to point out where you're wrong or where you're saying this, and you might as well just say what you're going to say.
They want to be pedantic when it's convenient for them to be pedantic. Well, not everybody. And I had that issue too because I kind of did the reverse where growing up I didn't care about any of that, and so I would always go and look for answers as a kid, and I did not grow up around a lot of religious people, and even in my family they weren't necessarily, especially in my extended family, they said they were, but they weren't, kind of situation. It's like they said
some of my family are.
they say they do, but you can be sure that they won't be within 5 miles from a church at any point in time. And so I grew up with a lot of people who were not, and a lot of people who were against it. And so, me at the time being young, looking for answers, I assume, well, maybe that's just them. Everybody's not like that. And then I get on. Well, I've been on the internet for years at that point, but I get online and people are more vociferous about it. And so you say, well, okay, I'm sure there are people like that, but I haven't seen any like that. And in my years of growing up, I rarely see the people who are like, I can respect you for you, and I'm not going to automatically just jump down your throat because I don't jump down theirs. And so that really that doesn't work with whatever generalization they make, because I don't jump down their throat, but they still do it anyway, and they would jump down mine if I told them.
Yeah, and I'm the person that will jump down the throat of somebody that's jumping down somebody else's throat just because they had the decent, or they decided they're going to say what they believe in, and you should just be respectful of that by default, unless what they're saying is directly harming you somehow, which very rarely that happens.
If someone's saying God hates Muslims, maybe it's a good time to say,
that probably doesn't. Yeah, that's not really the whole loving narrative. That's not representative of the ideals of the religious culture, if you will. But it just bothers me because people are always like, well, I'm about logic and reason, and that's why I can't let people have their fairy tales. And it's like, well, who the fuck are you?
Logically,
well,
I believe in the placebo effect. If it makes someone happy, let them do it.
Right. It's not hurting anybody, and there's extremists in every group, and you putting down each and every person that happens to identify that way isn't going to help anything. In fact, it's just going to make the divide even worse.
See, if you're causing less harm than anti-vaxxers, I really don't see what you're doing that can be hurting me.
No, and I guess I'm just tired of looking at comment sections and seeing that it devolve into that. Like the video can be something as stupid as how to eat steak with a fork, and somebody will be like, Jesus doesn't, or God created steak, and they're like, no, he didn't, and it's just like, why is this even happening?
Like, why did it devolve into this within 35 seconds of the video getting posted?
Exactly, and it's always a conversation. Someone will always do it. Like, it reminds me. I think I talked about this in the group chat. I'm not sure if you guys were present for that. There was a video that was going around. This guy got caught abusing a cat.
Oh,
and in the comment section, everybody was like, "This is fucking horrible." And so somebody's like, he made it his business to go to each and every thread where somebody said this is terrible and go, "But you're okay with abortion, right?" I was like, are you serious? I said, what does this have to do with each other? Like,
Like
I
nice
said,
bait.
I said nice bait. That's what I said. And then he's like, I didn't create the inconsistency. I'm merely pointing it out. And I was like, no, what you're doing is you're taking two issues that have absolutely nothing to do with each other and using it to try to argue with people. I'm like, you're talking about an unborn fetus versus an animal that's being tortured for no justifiable reason. You know, believe what you will about abortion, but sometimes there are justified reasons to have one.
Yeah, even the Bible has abortions.
So, right, so I said that to him, and you know what his response was? LOL SMH.
SMH?
I'll
Yeah.
shake my head.
Yeah,
Oh,
Like,
okay.
okay, well, that's your argument. I win.
that's no argument. But then that's also like what bothers me is when people like they can't even get their position correct. Like those reasonless products, and of
God.
course I'm gonna nitpick about the one that has mathematics on it because, gee, I spent 3 years getting a degree in it and 2 years getting a graduate degree in it. So if I see something, I know what they're trying to say, and they're not even saying that. They're saying something they didn't intend to say. Then I'm going to think, oh, well, I thought you people were about science and logic and reason, yet you don't know that they're not called imaginary numbers, they're called complex numbers. So what you're really saying is God is complex, not God is imaginary.
Right.
So,
I have a question for you. You're
That's good. I
you have
gotta
a math
remember that
degree?
one. That's funny.
yes.
I have a question. I got an argument on Facebook with a random person. She claimed to be a teacher for special needs students. There was this. I tried to explain to her the distributive properties of multiplication over addition. It's where you know the
Philosophy.
PEMDAS.
yeah, you know how it was I might be able to look it up. Let me get out of this game. It was a weird problem where you could use both. You know how you can get rid of parentheses by multiplying the outside of the parentheses by both the numbers on the inside as long as they're addition.
Yeah, all the algebra,
Okay, that I get.
algebraic properties.
I tried to explain this to a teacher for this something that was posted on Facebook. It was posted because both answers are correct. It's like, is it A or B? And I'm like, it's both. Because I learned this last year in Algebra 90, or Math 90. And this school teacher just was like, well, I'm a school teacher for special kids, and Piedmont goes first. I'm like, I'm not disagreeing with you. Piedmont does go first. I'm just saying that there's multiple ways to get rid of parentheses other than add the parentheses together and multiply by the outside. You can multiply by the outside to the numbers being added to, and it was like this 20 long reply thread, and other people came in and was like, he's right. UC Berkeley has released a letter saying both answers are right just to this specific Facebook post.
Yeah, that's so the algebra that math majors takes is different from algebra 90. So I would say when I say elementary algebra, explaining why that works is elementary algebra if you're a math major, you'll take this your second or third year. Yeah, that's the basic distributive property on rings. You can do it anyway because you have to in mathematics you have to prove those properties scientifically. That's why I know a lot about how science works and peer review community and all that stuff.
I found the post if you want to check it out.
And that's like one of the first things you prove. Okay, here's a ring. Let's say the ring is integers, and so if it's a ring, then that means it has the distributive properties of multiplication and addition. So when you're proving something is a ring, you would prove that it works in either way. So sometimes you have to use one, and sometimes you have to use the other. But yes, it totally works. Yeah, see this, you can do the 9 plus 3, or you can multiply the 2 times 9 plus 2 times 3. It doesn't matter. There's a whole lot of stuff you can do.
But I found it in another place, and the same lady started harassing me on that thread too. And I was like, lady, I've told you my reasoning. Look it up. Read it. I gave you the paper. Read it. Do the math both ways that I've said, and then argue with me. because you clearly have not done this, because you wouldn't be arguing with me and harassing me. But I'm not gonna say harassment like I'm gonna call it cops. I mean, clearly it
You should
is
start a
harassment.
Patreon for this.
I
Yeah.
know, but I don't mind because it uses your mind. I just like to spread knowledge and learn things from other people. And
Yes.
at first I saw it and I was like, oh man, that guy's wrong. But then I was like, wait, what he's saying is right. You know, like I had that moment, like, oh crap, I was wrong. And then it all started because I saw this guy, Philip guy, and he was like, no, it's this guy's. And I was about to go, no, you got your dish. And then I was like, oh shit, he is right. Like mid post, and I was like, well, he's right. So I had to erase everything and be like, you're right. I learned this last year.
Yeah, somebody would argue it might not be a well-defined problem.
Well, my
But-
argument is if you go by PIDMA, wouldn't you want to use multiplication over addition to get rid of a parentheses?
Yeah, but it wouldn't. Either way, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, that's my only argument. That's theory, though, right?
But one thing I will add to that is one, special ed teachers usually majored in education, and they emphasize special education. Two, a lot of times math teachers, once again, depending on what level, so usually below high school, they probably majored in education, and they had a concentration in math. So they didn't necessarily have to take the theoretical classes where you actually have to scientifically prove things like I had to do. So they won't have. So if I go and talk about groups and rings with them, they would probably look confused and they wouldn't know what I was talking about.
I'm not a big mathematical guy. I got a good memory. That's about it.
This is beyond me. I'll admit it.
Yeah, I don't have the biggest idea what you're talking about.
But since we drifted from the whole logic and reason thing into this, I do have one more thing to add about that whole topic, because what I've noticed is people will claim like, oh, they act like it's such a noble cause, like I'm pointing out their stupidity for the good of society, and because people shouldn't believe in fairy tales, and it's all facts and logic and reason. But no, at the end of the day, they're doing it so that they can feel morally superior, or not intellectually superior. My mistake.
Well, both. That's the thing.
I guess that's true.
I hate to use math as the example again, but there was a time when you couldn't go in the math community and tell them that there were problems, there were polynomial problems, so look that up, that you could factor out. They believed that you could factor out every polynomial and they just couldn't figure out the way to do it. And so this is what really infuriates me with these people that say, oh, well, the burden of proof is on you to prove that something exists. I don't have to prove something doesn't exist. No, in this case, the mathematical community actually had to come and prove that there is not a way to factor out every polynomial. There's no pattern or trick for every single polynomial, and they had to. That goes back to logic and reason. So things can always change, and at the same time,
that's exactly what I say about like science in general. When people are like, science is the answer, and I'm not going to argue that it's not, but we also have to remember that science is a tool that we use to make discoveries. So right. It's always changing, it's always adapting. People are always going to be discovering new things. So why not one day? Why can't we one day reach the point where we discover maybe there's something greater out there? I mean, it's always a possibility as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if it's a fact that the universe is...
I have to object a little bit, though. In general, what you're saying with math is an exception. In general, if you make a claim without evidence, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. Now, to be fair, you can reverse that and say, well, you're claiming there is no such thing as God, so the burden of proof is on you. Well, okay. I can understand that, although it's normally impossible to prove a negative, so that's kind of difficult. So I understand why it's usually used in that way, but of course, like most things, there are exceptions. You're right.
Well, but the moral of that is that they still had to use logic and reason to say this is why it can never be possible, because otherwise we would be thinking that it is possible, and they say no. there's no way that this can happen. Or the same thing in physics with centripetal versus centrifugal force, and trying to further refine that, how centrifugal force is not possible within this planet, based on the physical properties that it holds. And so basically, that is an interesting view, or I like that, but having been indoctrinated in the math world so long, it's unfathomable for me to ever think that if I make a claim that whether it's affirming or denying something, that I don't have to prove it. If
Well,
I tried to do that in my classes, I would have failed the class. But
Well, yeah, I understand, but as a general rule, if I claim that I own an elephant, or if I claim that I am a robot, the burden of proof is on me to say yes. I actually clank when I walk, and when I take a shit, there's rust in the bowl, and it's not because my toilet isn't clean. Okay, that the burden of proof is on me for that. But yes, you're right. In some disciplines, that the normal what would be logical and reasonable may be reversed, because this, particularly in the time when we're talking about abstract science, it does not work like that. But those are the exception rather than the rule. In fact, in some ways, you're looking at an exception that proves the rule. But that's your scientific worldview. So that totally makes sense to me. I understand that.
well, that's the whole thing that
Most things.
but that's once again, that comes to the way that they taught us. They say if you can find an exception, then you can no longer make a universal statement about something, because you've just found a counter argument to prove something. That's how we've done everything when it comes to.
Good point. Then maybe I'll clarify. We as a guideline for a philosophical or logical argument about the world as a whole, if you make a claim about something, the burden of proof generally is on you. There are exceptions, clearly. But generally, we should start from the assumption that unless there's a really good reason to assume otherwise, that the burden of proof should be on the claimant.
Now, with all that said, there is a big motivating reason for why at least mathematicians don't do that.
Yeah.
And the main reason is it goes back to the nature of science once again. It's hard to be intellectually curious if you don't take that exception. So if you say, well, okay, I'm saying something's not true, and then somebody else has to go and prove it's true, or vice versa, then that would lead to people saying, well, I'm not going to research it and see if they're right or wrong, or if there's an exception or something like that, which then can lead to other problems. If somebody was later trying to write some type of billing system and they thought, well, I can just factor this out, this is a polynomial I can factor out, and then they discover that they can't, then
that's not to say that I would discourage investigation. On the contrary, but to a certain extent, if I say something is so, even to the person who's curious about it, so, well, how did you come to this, so I could try to replicate your results?
Right. That's the general idea, or that's where I'm trying to go with that, is saying that that's the motivation behind taking that position, is that it should either way lead you to decide, okay, even if you are just doing this in your head and you're not requiring that person to tell you, you are still coming up with you're still trying to figure it out as to, okay, how did you get to that conclusion? Based on what? Is that something that I can reproduce? And like you said, and when it comes to those types of situations, those are things that you can't prove, one, because you don't have a succinct enough definition of what it is that you're trying to even prove in the first place, which that's once again, that's another part of my mathematical training. If your definition is too vague, then it doesn't even matter. If you try to make a universal or even an existential statement and your definition isn't good, then it doesn't matter what I try to prove, because your definition isn't well defined enough to make sense. So that's why I was saying about this problem. Somebody could argue that's not well defined enough to really determine if there's one answer or two. And I have children who will be starting elementary school soon, and they will have math problems where they will have questions that I will look at that and I will get irritated because I'll say that's not a well-defined question, and so that's where I'm going in that direction. But
Okay.
but I have heard that from a pure philosophical and logical discussion. I have heard them say that, at least in the philosophy discipline, that yes, exactly what you're saying is true. It's just in our case from the fact that for scientific curiosity and the nature of how we're using logic, we wouldn't be able to get away with that.
I guess what when people use that statement, what they should mean is, as in better than proof is on the claimant, is a sense of, it's not my job to figure out why you're right. You're supposed to help me figure out why you're right.
Right, but they're usually, let's be honest. People on
Yeah.
Gamefaqs boards are probably not trying to. They're not trying to say, okay, explain to me your reasoning. They're just trying to. They're trying to posture. That's
true. So we are talking as though we were talking about reasonable people, which you and I are clearly are trying to do our best to be reasonable people. But let's face it, we're up to our armpits of people who are not.
Yeah, and it's like they use that. They're basically using the farce of logic and reason just to be dicks to people because they want to feel better about themselves.
Right. Yeah, and their counterparts who use, faith or arguments to authority in the same way, which is asinine. Which it brings me back to I don't want to call it my corollary or Red Robot's law, but I want to put it this way. My point has always been, like, for instance, what the arguments that we had with those guys on the whole last Sunday Fun Day. I was not arguing for them. I was arguing for the audience. So the more assholish they got and the more reasonable I sounded, the more I felt I was winning, even if I never persuaded either of them. If anyone else comes along and looks at that and goes, well, that argument that this guy was making was at least reasonable. These guys are assholes.
Yeah, I feel like reading that, it's pretty clear to me that they just heard an opinion they didn't like. They had a knee-jerk reaction to it. They're like, you need to redeem yourself. We're going to subscribe and that kind of shit. And that to me just, it's like viewer entitlement.
Yeah, what hurts my feelings, I've had those moments, but I don't think I've ever been dumb enough to commit it to type.
No, I mean, if you hear something you really don't like and you really don't want to listen to, just move on with your life.
Yeah.
I don't really see what's stepping in there and saying, well, you're an idiot, but maybe if you change your mind someday, I'll think you're less of an idiot and subscribe to you.
Yeah, that's like me. That's like me turning on American Idol and going and voting, and in the comments section I say, "This is a stupid show. Why are you people watching it?" I can just not watch American Idol, which thankfully is going away for good. So,
and I almost didn't want to get too involved in that conversation simply because I was on the podcast, and they would look at it as, well, these guys know each other. They're teaming up, but that's not what it is. This is just a situation of, I saw two people being dicks, and they need to shut up.
And then you had Tiki just dive right in.
Oh, shit.
STFU. Or Stufu.
What?
I was saying STFU.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what he was saying. And for some reason that was reminding me of a game that I tried to make, or maybe my friend tried to make.
Yeah?
Well,
I think that's like my moral throughout my entire life is just a lot of people just should stop talking.
Well, can you explain to me the what was it, direction to authority? The fallacy.
The argument to authority.
Yeah.
Because someone's smarter, basically, generally the argument to authority goes something like this. This is the layman's version, but basically, I claim something is so. You go, well, nuh-uh, and I say, well, University of such and such says it's so, and then I may or may not cite something. Basically, I'm saying, this person says it's so, who's supposedly an authority. There you go.
Okay. Okay. So, with the math question, I hate to bring back up old stuff again. I cited the paper. Would that be argument to authority? Because I don't know.
Not necessarily. If you okay, there's two ways of looking at it, at least in my mind. If you say, well, here I've got this authority. This is what I think. Here's a paper that proves that. Have a look. That's not argument to authority. That's making argument and backing it up with a source. If you say X person says this and that's the final word and claim that there is no argument after this, that's argument to authority, I think. Although your mileage may vary. It gets, I hate to say it, argument to authority can sometimes get thrown out as an attempt to discredit a source. So, you know.
Yeah, because they try to make us, or in mathematics, they actually try to make us avoid that by basically saying, you know, you should not accept this theorem, since we don't usually have theories, we have theorems or corollaries or laws or propositions or axioms, and you cannot accept that until you have decided, based on whatever authority or whatever evidence and definitions and things like that that you've used, that it's correct. So I think as long as you're presenting it as, well, this is my opinion, and here's an opinion that's backing up what I'm saying, because then that, once again, that's up to them to decide if they're curious enough to validate your claim or not, and if they don't, which they probably won't, then that's the end of it, because the only other way to do that is to use theorems and axioms to prove it, and at that point you've got somebody who's not even going to listen to the argument anyway.
Well, it's like for me, it's just, the fallacy goes by like, why do you think God exists? Because the Bible said so. Well, the Bible isn't an authority to everyone. You know what I mean? Unlike if you go to a university and release a paper on a topic, that is an objective authority. That is an authority people can objectively rely on for most cases.
Yeah.
Right, and it doesn't even go out of its way to try to be that type of authority. In fact, it doesn't even. If it did, then it would spend more time trying to discuss the backstory and his history throughout eternity. But it doesn't do that. So it's the given. So it's basically saying this is already assuming that you already believe this, and therefore we're not going to talk about that. We're going to start at this point, because we don't need to do that. So especially at the time it was written and the audience it was written to at the time, they weren't concerned about that part. They were just concerned start from here and go on. So yeah, I can see that as an argument, and I would think that would be. I think that's a difficult question for people to answer in any kind of logical way, because one, like I said, I don't think there's a good definition. There's not a strong enough definition for somebody to say, okay, well, based on this definition, this and this and this has happened, and I've seen this, and therefore, since that fits in that definition, then that's why I think this. Now, maybe I'm sure if somebody sat down and thought about it and looked at their definition, and then they could, but I think it's more of an emotional answer anyway, and so it would be difficult to try to do that.
Yeah, because I remember a couple weeks ago I was trolling around the hashtag male tears, and like for the more egregious posts, like I just went back a couple weeks looking for, and I would just kind of just put, I'm just gonna leave this here, and it was the Urban Dictionary definition of male tears, which everyone knows is baby batter. So, and
the newest one I've heard most recently was throat yogurt.
Throat yogurt.
And I was just absolutely disgusted.
Just call me Deep Throat.
So,
the Watergate scandal. Let's not talk about that.
Let's just not go into Santorum either.
This is probably a joke you guys have heard before, but do you know what the difference between a like, love, and showing off is?
No, I haven't heard that one. What?
Wait, what?
Spit, swallow, and gargle. You know, if she likes you, she'll spit. If she loves you, she'll swallow. If she's showing off, she's gargling.
Oh, God.
I think that joke is told the other way around, so I think I fucked it up. But oh well. get the point across.
Oh well, we can we can refine it and.
Well, remember, chronological order doesn't matter.
Says the new.
That's right, because I exist in all times.
Oh, my vape box that got broken. It came back today, so I'm happy.
What's that?
Oh, my vape pen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tweet what?
Alternative smoking, vaping.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
okay.
bait pen. I was like, huh?
No.
I was confused.
Kung Fu you. I remember somebody mistranslated the confuse spell from Final Fantasy as Kung Fu you.
Boo you.
It sounds like something from a badly dubbed kung fu movie.
Oh man. Speaking of
Kung Fu you. Or maybe it's one of the character names.
At some point, I'm going to one of the Sunday Fun Days will have a kung fu theme for its title. I just don't know which.
We need to have a one where we it's just at least one episode where we don't talk about MGTOW.
It might be tough to avoid.
Yeah, especially considering Mark and Tiki have been getting in arguments with that one guy a lot lately.
Are they still arguing?
I don't know. I saw the
That guy went
thread.
straight like asshole at the end of that. Like complete douchebag.
The Spider Cat.
Yeah, he went straight douchebag after we ended the show.
Was that the Canadian guy?
Yeah, there were two. There's Mark, and then there was the guy with the Spider Cat avatar.
Yeah, the guy with the Spider Cat avatar went weird on us.
Yeah, Mark was going to New York to see a girlfriend of his, and he was just like,
Mark is cool.
Yeah, but he just was like, how can you tell like I don't know, like I knew a girl that recently went to New York to go hang out with a boyfriend of hers that she somehow knew in New York. Well, apparently when she was there, he broke up with her.
Oh.
If he could. But
Party. Surprise.
So I'm like, it goes both ways. I'm just saying, you know.
Or it goes its own way.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, it goes its own way. There you go. Oh man. Well.
But I really don't have too much sympathy for her. She is a pain in the ass, to say the least, and I think that guy's better off. That New York guy's better off.
What kind of losers go to New York anyway?
It's a lot of fun. I think actually she may show up on tomorrow's podcast because she seemed pretty entertaining. Cause we bantered with her a little bit. I think it was on Skype or something, but she's actually kind of fun. So.
Wait, who was showing up? Oh, his girlfriend.
Mark's girlfriend might show up.
Oh, okay.
We keep collecting new and strange people, and we certainly are a little underrepresented of girls. And I normally wouldn't say that, but you know, Tiki's all right, but you know,
Sausage Fest.
I mean, once or twice. So
I'm sorry, was that transphobic? If it was, okay.
Is it? Of course it is. Everything's troublesome. Well, does that mean that tuna salad's transphobic too?
Tuna salad?
Yeah, that's the opposite of Sausage Fest.
Oh.
Oh God.
I like
that. Well, it's not if you make a popsicle out of it.
I'm still hoping that wasn't real.
I think somebody thinks it wasn't real because they said menstrual blood is usually a lighter color, but we won't know for sure. Just like that person 3 or 4 years ago that bottled her menstrual blood for a year.
And then grew attached to the jar of it?
Yeah, so she didn't know what she wanted to do with it because she was attached to it.
Dude, oh man, oh no. You remind me of that girl that made yogurt out of her vagina.
Oh God, I remember seeing that.
Narcissism on a whole bizarre level. It's like,
talk about self-indulgence, am I right, guys?
Jesus.
Well, apparently,
speaking of which, here's my political leanings.
Apparently, a guy with some sort of formal education knew something about this, and he said because it was her body's excretions that did it, it wouldn't make her sick, even though there was a chance it still would. But if anybody else would have even tried that yogurt, they would have been sent to the hospital.
They probably would have died.
Well, and here,
They would have killed themselves.
Yeah,
at the
from
very least.
shame.
and here's the thing: it's that other women would even think this is a good idea. Because let's face it, no other dudes are going to be like, hey, does anybody cool with my special sauce on my hamburger? And it's your special sauce. Like, no.
That actually reminds me of another stream I'm going to do. And
There actually was. This was a thing like 7 years ago. There was actually a website devoted to like recipes that had semen in them.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm going to do the stream on too.
Oh,
Because
God.
the reviews for that book are hilarious.
I might do something like that for my Screw Loose channel. That'd be funny.
Fuck me, guys.
But in Brazil, well, you'll have to excuse this because I read it in Portuguese, so I might be wrong, but I interpreted it as a penis sandwich at Burger King. So clearly somebody else wanted to share his wealth. Because I guess somebody was like, hey, I'll have a chicken sandwich or whatever they have in Brazil at Burger King. And he's like, well, you know what would go good with this chicken sandwich? Not just the mayo we put on it. My own
God.
special mayo. And
God. That's a secret sauce we don't need.
Oh, man.
You ever seen the movie Waiting?
Yes.
And
He's like some Parmesan, so scratching his head.
Oh, that's terrible. My favorite part is where they put Dane Cook on blast for no reason.
Yeah, it's like everybody knew, even in Waiting, that Dane Cook is a douche, and so they destroyed him there. But Waiting 2 is not good, for the record. For anybody that hasn't seen it, it's terrible.
No, I haven't seen it, but it doesn't even have like all the same people in it, right?
No. I don't think it even has the Mac guy anymore.
I hate when they do that.
It's kind of like Van Wilder Year One. It's not
like
very fun.
Kickboxer.
Yeah, we did a Kickboxer binge for some reason.
Did you watch Kickboxer 3 by any chance?
Yes, we watched Kickboxer
Van Damme?
3.
Did
We
you
watched
see
it this afternoon.
Did you see how all of a sudden they were just like not adverse to killing at all?
Yeah, it was like you couldn't kill in 1 and 2, and now they're just shooting everybody.
Like, why do they have guns? They're kickboxers.
And the terrible soundtrack and the Brazilian Portuguese, where some of it's like, okay, that sounds like that's an authentic accent, and then some of it's like, does that guy really know how to speak Portuguese, or is he just reading off a paper?
I actually liked the second one. The only thing I didn't like was the plot device, like, oh, both of your brothers are dead now, and here's this brother we've never heard of. But other than that, it would have been a good movie.
Yeah, that was shoehorned, like, oh, by the way, your brothers are dead. Their Tung Pao killed him, or Tung Po killed him. But he's not going to be in the next. Not going to be in the next movie. He's going to be in the fourth one, where suddenly he's pampered and living in Mexico.
Doesn't he have like some kind of crazy fighting tournament? And I feel like I remember seeing the fourth one. It ends basically with him getting like a knife in his forehead or something.
I don't. Did he get a knife? Did he die in that one, or did he beat him up against a tree?
Somebody died.
Yeah, he beats him up. He beats him up, and then the guy that looks like he's from American Ninja sticks him up with a gun, and he's like, "All right, step away from him." And then I don't know what happened. And then he throws a knife at him. That's what happens.
That's Cody from what is it? Step by Step. and so apparently there's going to be a fifth movie.
A fifth movie of what?
Kickboxer.
Oh, there already is a fifth Kickboxer. It has nothing to do. It doesn't even have anything to do with that guy anymore.
Oh, because I was gonna say they're doing one. They're doing a new one, so maybe I guess it's gonna be a sixth one.
Yeah, I haven't seen the fifth one. I haven't been able to muster up the mental lack of capacity to watch that movie because you clearly have to just not think to enjoy it. So I don't know how it's going to turn out yet, but considering we've seen a lot of bad movies lately.
Are you guys gonna watch Creed?
What's that?
For the Apollo Creed.
Yeah, they're making an
Oh.
Apollo Creed movie. Well, it's
That's
his
right.
son. It's not Apollo
Yeah.
Creed. It's
Yeah,
Apollo
it's his
Creed's
son.
son.
Yeah, his
Oh, it's
Apollo
about
Creed
his
is
son?
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was
he-
going to be like a backstory on Apollo Creed or something.
No,
like how
no.
he became the champion or whatever.
No,
No.
James Brown killed him.
But oh shit, there's a fire in my vault. No, Rocky apparently is gonna be he's gonna be training in Apollo Creed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Well, not Apollo Creed, but Apollo Creed's son.
his
I don't
son.
know.
I can't remember who plays him. Some celebrity's son or something.
Not Carl Weathers, though.
No.
Um,
Every time I try to do the Predator handshake or arm wrestle with my wife, she never gets the reference. No matter how many times I keep saying it. So every time I try to grab her hand, she says, "Oh, I don't know that movie enough to understand every little word." That should be the only thing you know. That and get to the chopper.
get to the chopper.
All right.
And I don't have time to bleed.
So I'm going to head out so I have a reasonable chance of getting up early enough to start Sunday Fun Day.
Okay, well, this is probably actually a good time to cut it. If everybody's in agreement on that.
Yeah.
No.
As long as when you have Sunday Fun Day, you actually play the NES game.
We can download it.
You mean legally acquire it, right?
Yes.
Wait, wasn't Sunday Fun Day a ripoff?
Yes, it was of some
you
other.
steal from a thief? Doesn't count. Who are they going to go to?
Fair enough. Then downloads for everyone. It's not like Color Dreams is around.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for coming, and it's been fun.
I'm not coming. I'm not even breathing hard.
I'll try
I
to
did
make
that
the-
earlier
the,
today, so I'm.
Yeah, I should probably get to sleep and try to get up earlier too. Maybe I can actually make the other podcast.
Hooray!
I'm gonna try to make it too this time. I had 2 weeks off and I missed both weeks.
Well, we'll see what shit we get ourselves into. By the way, I have asked. I want to try to do a couple of bits. One would be it came up on some other podcast about recommended reading. So if you can come up with one book you'd recommend, that'd be fantastic. But I'll see you guys later.
All right, take care.
Manifesto.
Everybody have a good night.
Have a good one.
Later.
Okay, and we are out. Good night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by.